Morning, everybody. Thank you very much for attending. I'm just going to make a quick notice of what we're here for. Obviously, we've all been summoned. We're all councillors to get business of the council done. So I do intend to get all of what's on the agenda tonight finished. I'm going to be going with this. We've got authorised speakers that will have their time, 3 minutes per speaker. Then I shall move on to ourselves. Paul will take the first report as regards Serco, and then I will be opening the floor for an hour of questioning if we feel that we need to go that way. I might end up turning it where I will go to one member at a time. You will put one question over, that will be given an answer, and then I will move on to somebody else. If in that hour's time I get a chance to come back to you, I will do. So it gives everybody a fair chance to asking questions that are out there, and then we will move into debate. We are taking it on block, but we will be voting on each item on the recommendation on item 4 individually, but we will not be having any debate between each item once the debate's finished through that time. I hope that is clear to everybody. Another thing, when you wish to speak, I've got a big thick book, so please keep your hand up. I've got 3 pens, so if I run out of ink, yeah, I would like your hands up as high as possible. We will take note of this list of people who want to speak, and then I will give you an order of which one it's going to be. So I will say Councillor Purdy, Councillor Flitter, Councillor Ratcliffe. They'll be the first 3 to take the questions, and so on and so forth. And then you're all got heads up and you're ready. Questions, please make them questions. Okay? I don't want an ad-lib into something or a point and just want to make this clear to somebody or the other. Put a question over, let's get it answered, let's move on and let's get this business sorted. Thank you very much. Okay, so with that we'll move on to apologies, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from Councillors Bright and Hill.
Okay, public participation. So we've got a list of speakers. So I will invite Mr. Mark Young, local resident, to speak on the waste and recycling. Please come forward. As I said at the beginning, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mark Young. I'm a resident of Two Dales in Darley-Dale. When I first heard of the proposals that were being made, I inquired as to on what grounds these proposals had been made. It didn't appear to have been a council meeting called. I didn't get a response, sadly, from any of the 3 district councillors in Darley-Dale. And so I got more angry, frankly. The idea of changing the refuse collection issue I can get in terms of a genuine emergency, but I do honestly believe that these issues should be referred to council as they seem to be tonight. I do have a number of concerns about some of the particular issues. I know I've only got 3 minutes, so I shall very quickly go through them. I think that the issue of the additional cardboard waste, which isn't going to be collected, unless you're actually taking a round off or a refuse lorry off, I don't see how that can be or should be seen as something that's going to unduly slow down the collection, although I might be wrong. In terms of the green waste, when the council put out a statement saying that we're the only council area in Derbyshire, that should be something that we're proud of. The fact that we're able to do that, I think, is something that's certainly and I'll make it quite clear, have had my concerns about this council from time to time, but it is something that I've been telling friends, colleagues, people throughout the country that it is something that Derbyshire Dales does very well. The green bins collection service, I think, is when we're actually paying for them separately. I can understand why that might be a burden, and a lot of the changes, a lot of the difficulties that you've been having with the refuse collection seem to have come about since then. And I have to say, I wonder whether the councils actually, along with Serco, have actually costed that properly. And then comes the issue of the wage rates. I think that Serco are a multi-billion pound organisation, and for you as councillors having to be asked to pay for extra, to pay for their wage rates, for their employees, I think it's something that is quite inappropriate in terms of contracting. I also think, and I'll end on this point, that this is such an important issue to the people of this district, that to actually say that you're going to communicate the decisions through the usual channels, which is the email service, which is very good incidentally, the service of the refuse collection bulletins, I think is not enough. I think that you should, in fact, write to every household.
Thank you. Sorry, I've had to cut you short, but it is we've over 3 minutes. Thank you. Next, we will have Councillor Kath Potter from Rowsley Parish Council talking on item 5, the Gypsy and Travellers.
Old times with Jason. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Derbyshire Dales District Council has regularly and without appropriate permissions used Old Station Close at Rowsley to address the issue of the Traveller family, which legally you need to find a home for. You have needed to find a home for them for years, and actually, in order to comply to your adopted local plan policy number HC6, you need to find 9 recognised sites by 2033. From the report in this meeting, there appears to be very little progress in resolving this issue. There are likely to be 3 elections in this period, and who knows who will be the controlling group subsequently. Hence, time is of the essence. Procrastination is the thief of time. Rowsley Parish Council have been asked by our district councillor to be patient, despite the issues that arise from the regular use of Old Station Close as an unauthorised encampment, as Councillor Purdy has stated that finding a suitable site for travellers is a key priority for this council. Our patience is wearing thin, as the meeting in 2020 to discuss this issue, only Knabhall Lane, Tansley, was identified as a temporary site, and this is not happening yet, and is unlikely to happen in the near future because you do not know any of the site requirements, as can be seen from the report later on the agenda. In fact, the use of Knabhall Lane as a temporary site is not even proposed in the report on this meeting agenda, when it was the only supported by the leaders group. My question is, when is the Derbyshire Dales District Council going to comply with its legal obligations to find a suitable permanent site for these vulnerable members of our community, with appropriate site supervision and facilities as promised by the leader of the council in May 2019, so that they are not bumped from one temporary unsuitable site to another? Please, can you outline the timeline for achieving both the temporary and permanent sites, as you've been asked to do previously? Procrastination, the thief of time, and prevarication are totally unacceptable excuses for pushing this issue under the carpet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next I have Councillor Victoria Friend, Rowsley local resident.
Whoever wrote this Gypsies and Travellers report should be given an award for creative writing. To say that from time to time unauthorised traveller sites appear in the district and one family's encampments are often lengthier than those other travellers have is laughable when we all know that one family spend all their time in the Derbyshire Dales, all their time, permanently in the Derbyshire Dales. The report goes on to say the District Council has a duty to manage sites established on land they own, and the list of sites presented here as negotiated stopping places has been compiled from sites where encampments have previously been managed successfully. I would like to know what kind of management took place on Old Station Close, Roseley, when the travellers were last in residence in 2019. They were given some facilities, but there was no management. They were allowed to completely block the pavement with enormous piles of branches preventing access. They were allowed to have illegal open fires on a consistent basis, no doubt fed by the branches they lopped off the site's trees. They were allowed to fly tip all over the site. And when they left, finally, the site was not cleared until I sent photos to my local councillor. And the clean-up was not done well. The bank leading down to the A6 was a mess for months, in fact, over a year, visible to pedestrians as well as paying guests staying at the Grouse and Claret. It was finally cleared in May this year by volunteers organised by Mark Wakeman. Volunteers. This is not management of a site. This is gross neglect of a village and its amenities by our council. One of the reasons the site was treated so badly may have been the fact that the travellers hate it. This was acknowledged at the September 2020 meeting, so you all know that. Not only did the travellers say they hate Roseley, they have also said they are never going back there. So why include it on your list? I find it extremely worrying that this report has been written as instruction, not advice. It actually says it will be necessary for members to accept that these sites will be used from time to time. Surely the reason this meeting has been called is for councillors to make this decision, or is the democratically elected council just a rubber stamp for officers?
Thank you. Mr. Richard Bean, please, a Derbyshire Dales local resident.
Hello, thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak. I'm a resident and business owner in Roseley, actually on the industrial site there, next to the car park. And my concerns are for the health and safety of my staff, my family, and all visitors to the site generally. I reported incidents the last time they were there in 2019, repeated occurrences of human excrement on the path at the side of the road of the river. Didn't even have the courtesy of a response or acknowledgement from Tim Braund, which is very disappointing. Other issues that I'm concerned with it, and the main one is the safety of people in view of the young man there. That he is a young man now. He was a teenager or whatever at the time. He was mentally handicapped, and he's a very aggressive and dangerous young man. Lots of people have expressed concerns over verbal abuse from him and his father, and I'm sure that there's a risk that one day he will assault someone, and this young man needs to be assessed whether he's suitable to be on that site.
Can we not make reference to an individual person, please? We are against being able to do that. It's against the law to pick out somebody individually. I'm very sorry about that, but you can't say that in public. Sorry.
Okay, well, clearly I'm wasting my time because the whole issue is just a farce. Thank you.
The next speaker is Miss Helen Johnson.
Good evening. I've come here this evening because I strongly object to the Council's proposal to spend £25,000 of taxpayers' money on assessments at Knabhall Lane. And this is why. I'm a resident of Knabhall Lane, but I'm not here this evening because I don't want the travellers near me. I'm here because I do not think that the choice of Knabhall Lane would adequately meet the needs of the people it's intended for, and it doesn't represent good value for money. Since the selection of this site, I've been upset by the number of people who've made comments to me about Gypsies and Travellers, which has demonstrated the truly shocking degree of racism that exists and presumably is thought acceptable towards this group of people. I've also been concerned about some of the language used by elected officials. Language matters, and our implicit assumptions informing what we say matters more. It particularly matters when our words may reflect and reinforce division and hatred in our communities. The hostility of the settled population towards Gypsies and Travellers has been acknowledged in your debates, but I've not heard debates on ways to lessen hostility, build bridges between the two communities. It appears the attitude of some of the settled community is implicitly accepted as immutable and maybe even as reasonable. It's my view that because the site at Knabhall Lane is so clearly unsuitable and unsustainable, this choice represents an attempt to tick the box of meeting a legal duty whilst antagonising the smallest amount of people. I've come here this evening to ask you to do more than that. I passionately believe in hope, not hate, in putting in the hard work involved in finding solutions that are fit for purpose and in building bridges, as opposed to fudging issues that are unpalatable and that we would prefer not to explore. We will all benefit if and when this group of people have their needs adequately met by the provision of a site that is truly sustainable and where bridges have been built with the settled community. Ultimately, we all benefit from a more tolerant, inclusive and kind society. Finally, I would ask you to consider, at the meeting where Knabhall Lane was chosen and the statement made that this was the lesser of the evils, from whose perspective is it the lesser of the evils? And what criteria did you have in mind? Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, I'm going to call upon Mrs. Linda Merriman.
Hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity of being able to ask some questions. I'm a resident from Bakewell and my questions are in response to item 5 on the agenda. The Council has received copious documentation currently and over many years objecting to the persistent antisocial behaviour of travellers when they occupy Bakewell ABC. In light of this, why does the Council believe it is reasonable and in the spirit of recognising equal rights for travellers and local residents to establish a negotiated stopping place at this site when it is within 20 metres of local housing? There are 16 dwellings within 150 metres of the proposed site. Other councils appear to show greater consideration for their local residents. For example, Northumbria requires negotiated stopping places are situated at least 200 metres from the nearest dwelling. My next question, did councillors give their permission at the end of June 2021 for travellers to gain access to the Bakewell ABC land they rent from a private landlord? If not, how was access gained? There are padlocks and or stone barriers at all the entry points. None have been removed. Examination of the gate used to gain entry shows that the padlock was not broken off. It is still intact on the gate. So somehow the travellers got in. There is a footpath running through the proposed Bakewell site. In view of the well-documented evidence of antisocial behaviour by the travellers, walkers and local residents cannot use the footpath. As the guardian of the footpath protection under Section 137 of the Highways Act 1930, are the Council content to prevent the use of this well-used footpath? And finally, it would appear the intention of the Council is that the proposed negotiated stopping place at Bakewell ABC is for the sole use of one identified traveller family, albeit there are currently 5 families on the site. Will the Council be in a position to prevent other traveller families from applying to access the proposed site in the future when it becomes, if it's agreed, a negotiated stopping place? If not, it would be apparent that the site will become a permanent fixture, albeit that any one individual traveller family's right to stay is limited to 8 weeks. Thank you. Could I ask how I'm going to get responses to my questions?
I will look to the officers to get some correspondence back to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of public speaking. I'm going to move on now to item 3, interest. Has any members got any declaration of interest? Councillor Statham.
Item 5, Gypsy and Travellers. I've got business interest in Tansley village itself, so I'll be leaving the room during the debate.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who has any interest to make? Okay, if we do get to an item and you feel that you do have to declare it, then please do so at that time. Right, we'll move on to item 4 then. Waste and recycling services. This is to consider the report seeking approval to provide temporary support to the waste and recycling contract by contributing to the uplift of the HGV rates of pay and leasing of an additional garden waste collection vehicle and consideration of temporary suspension of garden waste services. I do also have a point of clarification which I'm going to ask Paul to just bring this in when he does his bit of report, if you would please, Paul. Can I pass it over to you? And now I'll move to Mr. Wilson to take the report.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Well, firstly, as Chief Executive on behalf of the District Council, I would like to offer sincere apologies to all of our residents who have been encountering difficulties with their collection of waste and recycling in recent weeks. Whilst as a District Council we are certainly not alone in encountering disruptions to waste collection services, clearly our duty and responsibility is to overcome the current problems and seek workable solutions to them. Whilst the background to this report is highly complex, its intentions are very simple. It is to focus upon the implementation of specific measures that we need to introduce quickly to ensure that our residents' bins are emptied on time. It's not about the longer-term contractual relationship with Serco. That's a debate and a discussion that will be had on a different day in another arena. None of the measures outlined in this report are very palatable to anybody, and I'm sure that members have many questions to ask, as indeed members of the public have in the last few days. However, if we are to improve the current situation, doing nothing is simply not an option for us. Unless proactive measures are taken, service disruption is likely to continue. The measures outlined in the report are therefore considered to be necessary to improve the current situation. Whilst there is no guarantee that resources could be made available if approved, they would nonetheless make a very significant difference. I don't intend to go through the report in detail, Chair. Members have had previous briefings and have clearly read the report in some detail. However, with your permission, I would like to add a further recommendation to the report which deals with the cost of the garden waste subscription service in 2022-23, and this is for the purpose of clarity to reference something that is contained within the body of the report itself. The additional recommendation is that for 2022-23, the cost of the garden waste collection service for existing subscribers is reduced from the previously approved £50 to £35 in recognition of service disruption in 2021-22. The cost of the service to new subscribers in 2022-23 will remain at £50 as previously approved. Happy to take questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for that. Right, okay. Please put your hands up if you do wish to take questions. I'm going to do a list and then we'll work from there. Okay, I'm going to start off. We've got Councillor Raw, Shirley and Slack. Was it Slack? Did you say Slack? Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Raw, thank you. Question. Just pop your hand up so they can put the mic on for you. Thank you. Can't hear you, sorry. No. Are we there? Just bring your mic a bit closer to yourself. You've got my mic on still. Hang on, no, we still can't.
Sounds like it's working. Right, it's working now. Okay. So, on point 3 of the recommendations, it says about the garden waste service being suspended for 4 weeks. What I want reassurance of is that this will come back to council if it's going to be any longer than 4 weeks. My second question...
No, sorry. I did say at the beginning we were just having one question and I'll come back round to you.
Well, that's a point of clarity, really, and these are all points of clarity.
Yeah, well, you've had a question. Thank you. I did say one question. You've asked the one question.
I think when you're asking us to spend £600,000 on something...
Excuse me, any more, and I shall ask you to leave the meeting. OK? We're going to get this business done one way or another tonight. Thank you. Right, Councillor Shirley, question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I assume that Serco have availed themselves of all the grant funding that is available through the various government COVID grants that have been out and available to most businesses. And what I really wanted to know, and what many residents of Derbyshire Dales want to know, it's a serious consideration, giving a substantial amount of money to fund increases in pay to external employees, essentially.
Question.
My question is, what would be the impact of us not forwarding that money to Serco?
OK, and the final one at this moment is Councillor Slack for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair. It's in regards, Chair, to if they approve this COVID money to go to Serco, which I don't agree with, but if it's approved tonight for a temporary period, and when the temporary period comes to an end, the wages are lifted up of the HGV drivers, and when this temporary period comes to an end, you cannot reduce HGV drivers' wages
right,
again.
Sorry. We can't say you cannot.
Well,
we're asking this question. Can you say it in the way of a question,
Chair.
please?
What will happen to the HGV drivers' wages?
OK, I'm going to bring in either Mr Wilson, or we do have members of the Serco, Mr Ronnie Coults and Mr Andy Smith. So who would like to take that? Thank you. Is it Mr Smith? It's
Ronnie Coates.
The gentleman, Mr Coates, thank you.
Chairman, Councillors, thank you. And just echoing the Chief Executive's point, Serco apologises for the impact, of the services in Derbyshire Dales. We're facing a situation that's not of our making in the sense of dealing with driver shortages, the impact of COVID and the tonnages that we're facing.
Right, excuse me. Sorry. Can you give the answers to these 3 questions and then we can come back and obviously I'll give you the chance to actually make up some point at the end of our questioning, if that's okay. Thank you.
Chair, if I answer them in sort of reverse order. So I think there's the first question is about our wages with our HGV drivers. So there are a number of measures that we're putting in place to improve our through flow of HGV drivers in terms of training up further loaders and training up other members of our staff. And wages we will have to address as part of that and part of our sort of negotiation. And I think that's for Serco to negotiate with our staff in terms of our wages with our staff. But it's clear that we face a price point that we're going to have to work on to negotiate this. I think that's the final sort of question there, Chair. I think just so I could get some clarity, I think the second is a question which is, what if the money was not forwarded to Serco? So I think we have been working collaboratively with council officers to address the service. I think it's really clear that Serco is funding predominantly the additional costs that are occurring here. And I think if the additional funding wasn't received by Serco, we would have to have a different discussion with the council and council officers over the sustainability of the service.
Thank you.
Chair, if I...
yeah, Mr Wilson.
And if I can come back to Councillor Raw's question, Chair. Council are only being asked to suspend the garden waste service for that 4-week period. Clearly, if that needed to be extended, then we would seek further council authority for that.
Thank you. Okay, the next 3. Councillor Swindle, Councillor Burford, Martin Burford and Councillor Cruz. So I'll take Councillor Swindle's question first. Thank you. Not quite hear it, sorry.
Thank you. With regards to the leasing of an additional vehicle, could I please have clarification where the funding will come from to pay for that, please?
Thank you. Councillor Martin Burford.
Is that okay? Yeah?
Thank you.
Right. I'm disappointed I can only ask one question tonight. We weren't advised.
If we don't go on, then you might get back to answer the second one. Carry on, please.
Why have 2 out of 3 proposed economies, i.e. suspension of separate food waste and side waste collections, being classed as operational and approved without reference to the democratic process, while the suspension of garden waste collection is included as one of the officer recommendations tonight? Surely the 2 issues and changes above should at least have been subject to member confirmation tonight. Otherwise, members will still be accused of sanctioning decisions we have not been party to. We should not be seen to thwart the democratic process.
Thank you. And finally, on this group, Councillor Cruz, please. Not yet.
Put your hand up, Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Chair. So this is addressed to the team from Serco. Thanks for coming along. The thing that I'm struggling with is we're seeing a gap of about 16% at a national level in terms of shortage of HGV drivers. And in your operation, you're seeing a gap of 50%. So I don't think that all the things that you've said explain why you've got a 50% gap. Have you done a full internal investigation, and can that be made available, please? Thank you.
Okay. I can move for those 3 questions to be answered, please. Councillor Paul, thank you. Mr Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I can pick up the first one from Councillor Swindle in terms of the garden waste vehicle. As members are aware, the District Council has been very successful in launching its garden waste subscription service, and we have actually received more income than we originally budgeted for. So the additional cost of that garden waste vehicle would be funded from the District Council's budget in terms of its income from garden waste services, or alternatively from the COVID funds which government has provided specifically for service disruption purposes. If I can answer the second question from Councillor Burfoot regarding operational matters. Members need to appreciate that in the last 2 weeks we've been faced with very significant disruptions to our residents' collections on a daily basis, and very quick decisions needed to be made. In terms of the decision to suspend the garden waste service, that clearly came into effect yesterday. That has already started to see an improvement in terms of the resource allocation. The reason why other decisions have come before members this evening is because there are clear financial implications for members to consider. I think the third question is possibly better answered by Serco representatives, Chair.
Thank you. Mr.
In answer to the specific question about sort of drivers, so we require 24 drivers on a daily basis. We currently have 16 Serco staff, and we actually use 8 agency staff as well, which is quite a routine in our industry. We have a number of drivers who've got offers of employment, so we're working pretty hard to close those gaps. So I think we'll be pretty quickly more closer to the sort of national average in terms of shortages. More specifically in terms of sort of Derbyshire Dales, it's quite a unique environment to attract sort of HGV drivers to come and work, both on the roll in terms of doing waste collections, but also in the sort of operating sort of environment. So it's a very sort of unique set of circumstances, which means attracting drivers, is complex in this area.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to the next three. Councillor Mrs. Burford. Sorry.
Just to gently push a little bit.
Say that again, sorry, Councillor Cruz.
I didn't get a full answer to the final point of my question.
Didn't get a full answer to the final. Can you make your point at the final point?
I can reiterate it, yeah. So have you done an internal investigation, and can that be made available? There seem to be other factors at play other than the national factors. Thank you.
No, absolutely. We can share that and explain some of those sort of local factors, within sort of Derbyshire Dales, and what we're doing to sort of address them as well, actually. Because, in many cases, the job is attractive. It's about conveying that message to people so they understand the job, the role, and what it entails, so that we can make the role more attractive. But we can share that. We absolutely can.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Burford, Councillor Chapman, and Councillor Ratcliffe. So, Mrs. Burford first. Thank you.
Can you hear me? This may be a question to Serco, but it might also be to Lee Gardner, our solicitor. I'd like to have a clear and definitive answer as to whether a PLC can move funds around to support other operating divisions.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Chapman, please.
A question to Serco. Nobody could have predicted a pandemic, but what contingency plans did your company have for the possible reduction in HGV drivers through the exodus from Brexit?
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Mike Ratcliffe, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A direct question for Serco again. Should these recommendations be accepted this evening, what is the anticipated timescale for a return to normal working?
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Colt, would you like to take those?
So the first question was around moving money between sort of divisions and Serco. So in a very sort of simple answer, no, you can't move money between divisions within a business to subsidise another division, and that would be true of any company. What we can be really clear on is that the scale of Serco allows us to indirectly support sort of Derbyshire Dales. So in the previous contract, 2015 to 2020, we absorbed 4.68 million of additional costs supporting Derbyshire Dales. And in the current contract, in the first 10 months, we've supported over 130,000 of additional costs. So whilst you can't move money, you can certainly, absorb some of those additional costs, which are significant. In terms of the second question, in terms of, we couldn't predict the pandemic, but we could predict the HGV shortage. So I think the first thing is, I don't think what the pandemic did was it clouded the issue around the availability of drivers. So whether that's Tesco's, whether that's Serco, whether that's Eddie Stobbart, there wasn't the demand for HGV drivers during COVID because a lot of businesses had stopped or slowed down. So consequently, there was a sort of false understanding of what was happening in the labour sort of market. So it was difficult to predict that, and you can see that. That's kind of sort of matter sort of public sort of knowledge. What we did, however, do is really focus on upskilling some of our loaders, upskilling some of our wider sort of team to start joining the team at sort of Derbyshire Dales. But we face another problem, which is capacity in the testing system and training system to actually get the sort of drivers through. So I think we have predicted it, but I don't think anybody really understood the sort of complexities around HGV drivers. And then the third question was around recommendations, if they were accepted, anticipated timescales to return to sort of normal working. I think our sort of view is through the sort of summer season, there's certainly this initial 4-week period, and then we would revert back as the Chief Executive has sort of covered. But I certainly think we should be sober in our view that there is certainly 2 to 3 months of challenges here as we sort of work our way sort of through the sort of summer period. And it's important to be sort of realistic in that in terms of resetting our driver availability and moving the contract into a more sort of stable sort of footing.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, the next three, Councillor Gamble, Councillor Murphy and Councillor O'Brien. So I'll take Councillor Gamble first, please. If just put your hand up so they can indicate. Thank you.
That sounds like it's working. Right, can I ask you, throughout this period of problem that you've had, why has the communication been so poor? Why have we been unable to know what rounds you've missed and when you'll be going back for them? And why have you not known when particular areas of rounds have been missed?
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, please. Can't quite see you. But thank you. Over to the right, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Question to Serco. Obviously, my colleagues have asked you plenty of questions on their salaries for HGV drivers and the shortfall and the levels that you're paying. My other concern is that you've obviously got this 8-year contract, and Derbyshire Dales is not the only source of income from the contract. You obviously recover monies from the recycling, and you possibly have other overheads. How's that part of the contract standing up to your predictions when you actually enter this tender? And is there any issues potentially there that we should know about?
Thank you. And finally, Councillor O'Brien, please. Can you make yourself known? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I had some relatively good news this afternoon. I was informed by a resident of Bradwell, I think, that she had been told today by our Member of Parliament...
Sorry, question, thank you. I forgot a question.
Could you confirm the news that I received from a resident of Bradwell this afternoon who had been told by our MP, Sarah Dines, that the Council was now going to write individually to each household in the district...
Councillor O'Brien, will you please ask a question?
I'm asking if officers can now confirm the news that was given to me by a resident of Bradwell to Sarah Dines MP that the Council is now going to write to all residents in the district informing them of the changes to the waste collection service.
Okay. Right, so your question is for everybody. Okay. Right, I'll take that one first. Paul.
Chair, I have no knowledge of that. That's certainly not a discussion that I've had with the MP, and I'm not aware that any of my senior officers have, so I can't verify that comment at all, I'm afraid. Members will be aware from the report the communication issues are clearly laid out, and whilst I totally appreciate that some residents might require personal communication by letter, I think we need to be mindful of the practicalities of this, because literally in the last 2 weeks, we've probably had a number of different scenarios that have changed on a daily basis. So by the time you actually write the letter, have it printed, have it distributed, the message that you're communicating, in all probability, if the last 2 weeks is anything to go by, would be significantly out of date. I think that's a point that members need to bear in mind with this, and that's why we've used much more agile communication techniques, accepting that they may not be acceptable to all people.
Thank you for that. Mr. Colt, can I bring you in as regards, Councillor Gamble, as regards the communication between yourselves when things were being missed? Oh, okay, Mr. Smith, thank you.
Yeah, good evening. In regards to the question around the comms around areas missed, we do have regular updates with the council employees and staff working with the contract on the refuse and recycling collection service, and we do keep them updated as fast as we can with up-to-date information on what's going on. I'd also like to add that we're working collaboratively with the council on press releases that are going out, and you'll have seen a number of those in the recent days that have gone out informing the local residents of what's happening, and that's been a joint approach.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, how does this stack up? Thank you, Mr. Colt.
So if I just deal the question around sort of recycling predictions in the year contract. So this new contract is different in that both parties recognise that this would fluctuate, so it becomes a kind of a pass-through charge back to the authority in terms of dealing with recycle it and processing that and the haulage around that. What I can say, however, is the tonnages and the amount of waste being produced across Derbyshire Dales is 19% higher, and we can see that. So obviously running a national business, I can see that across the country. So that would be comparable with other councils. Some people call that the sort of Amazon effect, but it's also producing spikes where we've had some weeks where tonnages, and some of it is bulk to do with cardboard, can be as high as 50% higher than a 2019 number. So quite significant increases in tonnages and increases in bulk from Derbyshire Dales.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillors Wakeman, Allison and Salt. So Councillor Wakeman first, over to the right side, thank you.
Yes, I'm hoping that it'll be checked to make sure it's going to the drivers and not just into the pot. And also I'd like to thank Serco for the excellent work they've done through the COVID.
So can I just make that clear that the uplift of money is actually going to the drivers? That's your question. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Allison.
Thank you. I'd just like some further clarification around the suspension of the green waste. If that does continue past 4 weeks and maybe goes up to 6 weeks, how does that fit with our current terms and conditions where if a resident has 3 missed collections, they get a refund? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. First, we'll take the first one first, obviously, with the... Oh, sorry, beg my pardon. I'd got to come back yourself. Sorry, Councillor Salt. Can't add up 3 now.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's a question for Serco. In light of what you've told us about the company's ability to absorb a loss in one area of the company, why would your company that boasts such an incredible profit as a result of COVID be asking a local authority for a bailout?
Okay. I'll take that one first. I think that's more of a prominent thing. Mr. Colt, please.
So I think what the recommendation is about is really fundamental in the sense of Serco and the local authority sort of working in partnership. We, Serco, are accepting additional costs on this contract today, and we're asking for support from the authority so that we can work in sort of partnership, and we feel that's a reasonable and fair sort of distribution with a lion's share of those additional costs being met by Serco. So the answer to that question.
And the one about the money, can you definitely confirm?
Absolutely. Our crews are really important to us. We value what they do. I really appreciate the message back to them about thanking them through COVID, and it's a straight pass to those crews to ensure that they receive the benefit from that. And it's also about securing their commitment as well in terms of the services they deliver.
Thank you. And I think I'll come to Paul for the suspension bit.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Allison's point regarding garden waste, I think it's fair to say that the nature of the disruption to garden waste services has varied significantly across the district. So while some residents clearly have had disruption to their service, other residents haven't. There are, however, particular clauses in the terms and conditions of that subscription service which does refer to issues outside of the council's control. I can't recall whether the wording refers specifically to a pandemic, but clearly that is something that we would need to look at in terms of what those terms and conditions say. But my information is that based upon those terms and conditions, refunds would not be due under this particular scenario. Hence the reason why the recommendation is to recognise that disruption in another form for subscribers by a reduction in next year's subscription.
Thank you, Paul. I'm just going to bring in Lee Gardner, who's our legal advisor, just to clarify what has just been said on the legality side. Thank you.
Yes, just to confirm, it does actually refer to pandemic. It's specifically mentioned in the terms and conditions as one of the reasons the council will not be held liable. Thank you.
Right, okay. Next three, Councillor Butler, Finesse and Wayne. So Councillor Butler, please, over on my left-hand side. Can you just put your hand up, Councillor?
I recognise that this is a discussion about how we implement the changes now. But 6 months ago or about 6 months ago, we had another conversation about this, and we're told that there was people weren't going to be coming back to us in 6 months' time, and here we are again. Can Paul give an assurance that we'll be undertaking a strategic review of the waste situation, which generally we're rightly proud of, to ensure that we're in a better place in the next 6 months?
Councillor Finesse.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to Serco, please. Clearly, the absence of drivers, the shortage of drivers, will have meant some savings for your company. Can you give us an idea how much per week you're saving because of these missing drivers, and what is the total so far, and how do you propose to spend that money? Will it be set against the money you're asking for today?
Thank you. And Councillor Wayne.
Thank you, Chair. If the council was to agree a 50% uplift for 6 to 8 months, but the contract lasts for another 5 to 6 years, how is Serco going to fund the additional costings for the drivers in those 6 to 8 years of increased pay? Or will you likely to be coming back to the council for even more? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take that one first. Funding as regards that. Mr. Colt, will you?
So I think it's our intention here to try and mitigate this. So the training of our loaders, and the additional pay to the current crop of sort of drivers, we don't intend to come back, to be returning back to the sort of council. We'll have to look at further efficiencies within our service, but we'll also be looking to upskill some of our team so they gain that qualification at a lower rate of pay, because we are paying for their training to join us as drivers. The second question was around the savings. There have been no savings. There have been additional costs. Two principal additional costs. To try and provide as best a service as possible, we've paid significant quantities in overtime, both time and a half and double time. For example, doing Saturday collections to catch up where there simply has been gaps in crews during the week. And as people will be aware, in terms of using agency, whether that's for both loaders or drivers, there's clearly an agency on cost in addition to what the person gets paid. The agency gets paid a fee as well. So those are contributing to the additional, over £100,000 of additional losses that Serco's had on the contract so far.
And I think the other one was about the reassurance that you're not going to keep coming back cap in hand. Is that? Yeah, okay.
With that one, Chair. So the question raised by Councillor Butler, I don't think any of us could have anticipated 6 months ago where we would be now. And I certainly can't predict where we're going to be in a further 6 months' time, but I think the issue that we need to be mindful of here is that whatever decisions members make this evening, we have a duty and a responsibility to make sure that this contract works both for the council and clearly Serco want the contract to work for them as well. So there is no intention to wait until the end of the next 6-month period before we have that discussion regarding is it actually working for both parties and is this sustainable in the longer term. And if for whatever reason we need to reflect upon that position, then clearly we will come back to members and have that discussion at that appropriate time. But it really comes back to the very first thing I said this evening. This is about dealing with the here and now. Our residents want their bins emptied. The contractual discussions and what may flow from that clearly is a discussion for a later date.
Thank you. Okay, now, Councillor Flitter, Councillor Purdy and Councillor Hughes. So, Councillor Flitter, I'll move to yourself. Thank you for a question. Sorry, I didn't point.
Sorry. Yeah, here and now is fine. The gentleman to my right used the word sustainable and just recently the term of efficiencies, which really worry me. So the question I want to ask is that how can Serco assure me tonight that the decision that I will take will secure the future viability and delivery of the contract that's in place at the moment, noting the fears of rising costs and keeping our service to a high standard?
Thank you, Councillor Flitter. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Chair. I might know the answer to this, but I need to ask the question. It's probably aimed at both Serco, thank you for coming, and Paul and our officers. What if Council does not approve these recommendations tonight? Have any talks taken place? What Plan B is, please?
Thank you. And Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. My question is quite simple. It's about recommendation 4. And I'd like to know what criteria will be used to determine whether performance is outside Serco's control or not.
Okay, they were pretty quick. Okay, thank you. So we'll take the first one first then, thank you. Sustainability. Can you do that, Mr. Colt?
So I think the councillor rightly asked about sustainable and future sort of viability, and maybe if I sort of reinforce the sort of chief executive sort of point here is I think today is about the here and now and the pressures facing the service now. I think we need to look very carefully at how we navigate through this summer and then make decisions about that sort of future sort of viability of the contract. And we would want to exit this period and deliver the contract as it's contracted to be, but I think we will need to, in a timely fashion, make those sort of reviews in terms of sort of future sort of sustainability, but and bring that back. Second question was about if there wasn't an approval and what would be the sort of Plan B. I think there is a range of options that we've discussed with officers, and I think the recommendations are here around those. I think the reality is, if the recommendations weren't approved, I think we would have a significant, a material challenge in delivering the service, and that would directly impact on residents. And I don't say that lightly. And I think it's really important that people sort of understand that in terms of what the pressures the service is sort of facing here. I think the third question is probably more for sort of council officers about how they would measure.
Yeah. Can I bring Mr. Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In regard to Councillor Hughes' point and recommendation 4, clearly the contract does include a whole variety of key performance indicators covering many, many issues. And I think it really would be dependent upon the nature of the KPI that we're looking at. And in that respect, I think members would have to have some trust in officers and obviously our legal team in terms of interpreting that and what's actually in the council's interest. So I can't actually give an answer, Councillor Hughes, to the specific criteria, but clearly Ash Watts and his team and Lee Gardner and his team are very familiar with this contract and will look to ensure that the council's interests are safeguarded as much as is possible.
Thank you. Mr. Cole.
perhaps if I could just sort of give some sort of reassurance in terms of the sort of data. What the Council and Serco has done has implemented a system called Whitespace. It's our data platform that we use from our cabs, both the council offices. So I think from a KPI perspective, we can really clearly show, and if I use a sort of, easy example, if we have gone down a street and missed a bin or missed a property, that's a reasonable KPI. But if we physically don't have the resource because of COVID or driver shortages and we've been able to collect from a street, the Whitespace system allows us to do that, so we can do it in a sort of an objective, transparent way between both Serco and the authority, and use that system, which is really effective, and we've been using that throughout all of this.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fitzherbert, Buttle and Mrs Morley. So, Councillor Fitzherbert first, thank you. Can't hear you yet, hang on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we were collecting garden waste, were we exceeding the expected tonnage?
Okay. Councillor Buttle. No.
Excellent. The Serco tells us that there'd be a significant challenge if we didn't vote through recommendation 1 with a 50% uplift. Would there also be a significant challenge if we voted it through with a 10% uplift?
Okay. And finally, Councillor Mrs Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to address this to Serco, please, if I may. On the report, page 2, 1.4, there's a statement that Serco make daily calls to a number of recruitment agencies. Could you please confirm to members that we have your assurance that the impetus will carry on and be upheld trying to find HGV drivers, please? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mr Colt, please.
So the first question was around tonnages being exceeded. If I talk in terms of sort of number of garden waste bins to be collected, because that's probably an easier way to explain it. So when the contract was procured, there was an assumption to all bidders, not just Serco, that the new garden waste service would collect 13,800 bins. It now collects about 18,300. So the bins have gone up in terms of the number of bins being collected, and that's a really good thing from a recycling perspective and the behaviours of sort of residents, and obviously revenues to the sort of council. So as the residents from a garden waste perspective are not producing any more tonnes. There are many, many more of them, in the sense of, it's increased by, just short of over 5,000 additional subscriptions to the service has increased. In terms of the second question, the sort of change from 50% to sort of 10% contribution, yes, it would present us with a sort of significant challenge in terms of our flexibility and our ability to pay more wages to drivers, not only to retain the people we've got, but also to attract people, to come and work at sort of Derbyshire Dales. So it would present us, with a sort of challenge. And then the third question was about, impetus and what we're doing. So, absolutely, today you can see myself, and Andy Smith here, because we've got an absolute commitment to getting this right. We have reinforced the contract at our expense with dedicated HR support, project management support and fleet support, so that we get through this period of instability and the contract is far more stable in terms of the provision of crews, and drivers sort of specifically. And some of you will start to see, some very specific and tailored sort of adverts going out into the local press to really explain, what our offer is to drivers in this, in the sort of locality. So yes, you will see that impetus, and you will see it sustained over a prolonged basis, so that we're stable. The stability is really important to us, because our drivers know where the properties are, where that little nook and cranny is, where that house is. So having stability in our workforce is not only important from a sort of wages perspective, it's also important from a service delivery perspective, because having agency and other solves a short-term problem, but doesn't solve a sort of service delivery problem in terms of crews really understanding their sort of locality.
Okay, right. I haven't got anybody down for any more questions, so anybody who hasn't asked a question requires or would like to ask one. Yes, Councillor Gretridge, thank you.
This question is to Serco. Are you asking any other authority whom you are providing a collection service for to contribute towards the HGV drivers' salaries?
Thank you. Anybody else wanting to ask one? Okay, thank you, Mr. Colt.
Yes, I think the short answer is I think so. We serve with waste and recycling services 24 local authorities, and we'll be having a range of with every single authority. We will be having a range of conversations, whether that's changing services, prioritising services, changing frequency of collection, you know, or paying additional rates to our HGV drivers so that we can protect those core services to sort of citizens. So the short answer is yes. These conversations or similar conversations are happening with every single authority. And I think not just the Serco contracts, I think you can see both contracts delivered by other contractors and indeed contracts that are delivered by other councils. Similar decisions are having to be made at the moment.
Thank you for that. Right, Councillor Mr. Burford, I'm coming back to you because you did define you got another question, but it is only another one. Thank you. And then it'll be Councillor Cruz, Raw and Wayne. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Can we be assured that this council will accept liability for clearing up both fly-tipped green waste and abandoned side waste, mainly cardboard, during the next 3 months? And there's a contradiction here because, especially as we've heard about the problems in the Hope Valley, how will the collectors differentiate between the failed collections over the last few weeks and months suffered by some of the residents and the new rule that's presumably going to be approved or has been approved and started this week to actually suspend collection of side waste particularly? How will they differentiate between the two? Because obviously the residents who haven't had their collections for several weeks will have inevitable side waste of recycled material which hasn't been collected, so presumably somebody's got to pick up the tab for that.
Okay. Councillor Cruz, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is, again, back to Serco, and it links back to one of the comments that the gentleman made from Serco. You've indicated that our residents will see a reduction in service. It sounds like a significant reduction in service because you're not making money out of the contract, and therefore we have to give you money. I don't understand the linkage between you losing money on the contract and our residents seeing a poor service. Could you please explain it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raw.
It's perhaps a question for legal. I want to know at what point Serco fails in their delivery of their contract and what our option in terms of a notice period to give to Serco is. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wayne.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Councillor Buttle's question, Mr. Coote said that there would be a challenge if it did go down to 10%. But the challenge must surely come from where we pitch, if we so decide this evening, to pitch the salaries, the uplift for the drivers. What I'd like to ask is, can you please tell me where the Serco drivers, I realise you can't go into specifics, but can you please tell me where the Serco drivers are currently paid the same hourly rate in Derbyshire Dales as Serco drivers engaged in all other waste contracts throughout the Derbyshire, if there are any, and the country? And also, what I am concerned about is what impact, if we were to vote an increase through an uplift, what impact that is likely to have on those councillors once the drivers of those authorities realise they are being paid possibly less than us. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the answers to those questions if we don't mind. Thank you.
So if I cover the first question, which was around sort of side waste. So part of the recommendation around pausing garden waste is to ensure that we, and I think the phrase my team were using is we draw sort of a clean edge in terms of collecting, you know, our recycling, you know, our food and so on, so that we've caught up on that. I think the side waste issue is really important that we address because it's principally where those tonnages are and where that bulk is, and that is causing us to not be able to complete
in the time available to us, whether that's the working day or driver's hours. And it's really, in many respects, it's quite simple when you watch our crews. So if they go and collect a bin, that's fine. But if they go and collect a bin and then have to go back 2 times, maybe 3 times to collect that side waste, if you multiply that over the thousands of properties in Derbyshire Dales, that's what's creating that sort of problem in terms of their inability to finish the work in the available time because of the sort of presentation of that side waste, which is significantly higher than I think either both the council or Serco would have expected. I think the next question was a legal question, which I think the authority would want to sort of to pick up on. The next question was around salaries and sort of uplifts. I think, yes, we need to be really so first of all, are drivers at Derbyshire Dales paid comparable wages to other sort of adjacent sort of contracts of Serco? The answer is yes, they are. Are we having conversations about drivers' wages across the country? Then yes, we are. And I think what you'll generally see, whether it's Serco or council or other providers, is I think those drivers' wages will just generally increase. It'd be driven just by market sort of factors. So there will be that effect, that will be happening in terms of those increases. So there will be a sort of a knock-on effect. Those are the questions for us.
Thank you. Councillor Crews's question is obviously about the reduction in service. Paul, do you want to? We're taking that, Mr. Colt. It was to Serco. Residents are going to see a reduction in the service. Can you just reiterate your question again, please, Councillor Crews?
Thank you, Chair. It's linked to the comment that you made around that if we don't vote this through, that residents will see a significant deterioration in service. This is a singular contract in a big multinational organisation, and there is no reason why our residents should see a reduction in service. It's a short-term profitability issue. I don't understand the connection. Could you explain it, please? Thank you.
Are you in a... Yeah, yep. Thank you.
So the issue isn't around profitability. If the issue was around profitability, then Serco would sort of absorb that. When you look at the recommendations are principally around operational recommendations, given a lack of drivers either due to sort of HGV driver availability or around any impact we've had from COVID around sort of isolation in terms of our sort of crews. So the service performance issue is an operational issue. It's not a profitability issue, that we're addressing here. And in terms of the sort of drivers and if you like, profitability and the cost here, we're going to have to work our way towards a sort of price point and elasticity in terms of getting that right wage to attract people, to come and operate at Derbyshire Dales. And I certainly fully expect that, whilst I think the contract is viable, I think Serco will continue to support Derbyshire Dales as we've done in the past. And yeah, there will be reduced profitability for our contract. And at the moment, the contract is not profitable for us, but we're not asking, the authority to make up that gap.
Thank you. And now can I move to Lee, please, for the legal side? For Councillor Rose.
Thank you. Councillor, I think the best way to put this is a failure of service would be looking at what point would the council be able to terminate the contract for. Now, firstly, apologies, I was hoping to have the contract in front of me, but I'm having some IT issues, so please, I'm doing this from memory. So the two main issues that I can think of is if any part of the contract is not performed as the specification, we can serve what is known as a remediation notice. That gives Serco the opportunity to put matters right. If they don't do it in the time that we consider reasonable to do, we then serve a default notice, giving them a further period to put that right. And if they don't meet that second deadline, then they get a default notice every 24 hours until such time that is what we're saying is wrong is put right. If they hit 40 default notices in a 4-week period, that gives the council the right to terminate. It doesn't mean it happens automatically. It is still a choice for the council whether or not we take that choice, but it gives us the opportunity. The second one that comes to mind is also if on the KPI penalties on their monthly payment, if they are penalised 10% 3 months in a row, again, that gives the council the opportunity to terminate. There is termination clauses in the agreement which the council can elect to take, but it wouldn't be for breach of contract. And then there is also provisions in the contract that if we took that decision, then we would have to pay compensation to Serco, because in effect it's the council terminating the contract, not through default.
Thank you. Right, I've got 5, and after this 5, these will be the last questions that I take, and then we'll be moving into debate. Councillor Flitter, Councillor Swindell, Councillor Gamble, Councillor Hughes and Councillor O'Brien. And that will be it as regards questions. Thank you. So I'll take Councillor Flitter first.
Thank you, Chair. Just one for information, really. The report states 5 reasons for the predicament that we're in, and one is Brexit. Is the report from the officers referring to the national situation only? And the question to Serco is how many, if any, drivers within the Serco, within the Dales, have actually suffered from the Brexit condition?
Thank you. Councillor Swindell.
Thank you, Chair. For every miscollection Serco reported to the council, Serco incur a financial penalty. Can I ask how much that penalty is per miscollection and how much Serco have paid to date, please?
Thank you. Councillor Gamble.
Sorry. A question I asked earlier, actually, but I wasn't able to get an answer to from officers. I'd like to know, when Serco started this new contract, how many drivers did you have and then? And when you were doing that recruitment, did you factor into that contract negotiation that you would have to recruit drivers into the Derbyshire Dales and take into account both Brexit and the large increase in online shopping?
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for Mr. Wilson. Have we discussed the uplift in driver pay with other councils who are outsourcing their services to Serco or any other service provider?
Thank you. And Councillor O'Brien.
So, a question for our Serco colleagues. Of the 2 rounds I'm familiar with in the district, the operatives in the cab, both before and after Freedom Day, have not worn masks. Do you think this has contributed to the incidence of infection amongst your staff?
Right, there we go. Mr. Colt, would you like to take the first one? Thank you.
Yes, Chairman. I'll pick up
sorry, Mr. Smith, sorry.
I'll pick up the first question regarding the number of drivers, which I think I've understood. The question is that we've had 6 drivers leave, and we've re-employed 1 driver, and we've got 3 agency drivers, of which offers of employment are going out to. The only impact from Brexit and COVID is the knock-on effect of being able to obtain agency drivers and relief drivers as required. The pool of available resource has been used up, and one thing we're battling with is the only real opportunity we've got to attract drivers into the business is to poach them from rival local authorities or rival transport companies.
Mr. Colt, would you like to?
I think the second question around missed collection payment and paid to date, I think we would need to come back, and I don't have that data.
So with that, would you mind giving a written answer? Councillor Swindell, you will get a written answer to that question. Thank you.
The third question was around the new contract and the provision of drivers. So, yes, the new contract planned for a set number of drivers. Yes, there was provision made for recruiting. We generally, until really sort of late last year, haven't had any difficulty either recruiting into our Longcliffe depot but we've also been able to enjoy, there has been a reasonably fertile pool of sort of agency drivers, so we've also been able to sort of tap into that. So driver shortages at Derbyshire Dales, whether our own recruitment or agency hasn't really previously been a problem for us. So in terms of the planning for the new contract, we felt that was pretty clear, and remember the new contract was procured in 2019, so probably in advance of the situation we're facing here. In terms of sort of online shopping, that behaviour, you can see it start from April sort of 2020 across the nation. So when I look at tonnages across our contracts, they're generally consistent year on year, unless there's been property growth, new houses built. So no, there wasn't any provision in the planning for this contract around online shopping, because I think the scale of that, I think, has surprised pretty much most local authorities across the sort of UK. I think the fourth question was around, has the authority discussed with other councils, and I'll maybe just pass that sort of back to the Chief Executive. If I could just finish off with the last question, which was, our operators, sort of not sort of wearing masks. Our operators should be wearing masks, but we run them in bubbles. So what we do is we keep a crew together and we don't allow them to move. The one thing that we give discretion to our teams is if it's uncomfortable or the mask has got dirty, then they need to sort of to remove that. But if you were to come to our depot, you will see everybody sort of wearing sort of masks there. And if people have to operate outside their sort of bubble, which is their crew, then they would be sort of wearing masks as part and parcel of that. The reality is, when I look at the statistics across our business, very few infections, or whether that's isolation or infections, have occurred in the workplace. Have generally occurred outside the workplace, because we've got quite a good internal sort of tracing system, so that we can understand where we've got sort of issues.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Smith and Mr. Holt. Sorry, Paul.
Chair, if I can come back to Councillor Hughes's point.
Sorry, yep.
The HGV driver rates of pay are not too dissimilar to the rates of pay that the District Council pays for similar positions. So that's really the only benchmarking information that we have. Whilst we haven't discussed the uplift with any other authorities, we are aware that other authorities are encountering similar difficulties, and members will be aware that we have actually sought HGV support through the Emergency Planning Local Resilience Forum mechanism, but that in itself hasn't delivered any significant results to date either. So the answer is no, have we discussed it, but we are aware of the benchmark generally for those positions.
Thank you for that. Okay, right. Again, I'd like to just say thank you for Mr. Smith and Mr. Colt for coming from Serco. At this position, I'm going to be moving into debate, but it is felt that if you wouldn't mind leaving the room, so there's no dissuasion and no disregard to yourselves or anything else. But thank you very much for answering the questions that have been put to you. Okay, right. Now, as I said, we're going to move into debate. So I would like a proposer. Councillor Atkin.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, this authority is between a rock and a hard place, and the only thing we can do is to keep the bins being emptied. So, with that in mind, I'll remove the recommendation as set out in the report in full, Chair.
Does that, Councillor Slack, do you wish to second this?
Before we start debating, I'd like to move for a recorded vote, Chair. Before we start debating.
Right, okay, then we go...
On item one. On item one.
On what, sorry?
On item one, I'd like to...
item one, okay. A recorded vote on item one. Yes. Does that find a second? Okay. The recorded vote will be taken on item one of this agenda. Does this find a seconder as regard? Councillor Mr. Morley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, it's right where we started. It hit the nail on the head as we came in. This is a here and now situation. We need to get the bins emptied. We could sit and talk about this for a very long time. we could try and unpick all manner of things, but it wouldn't help serve our residents, which is our primary concern. So I am, Madam Chair, very happy to second the recommendation.
Okay. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The news today that workers in the waste industry can now take daily tests rather than self-isolate, to me renders many of the justification behind the recommendations in this report largely irrelevant. I'm therefore surprised it has not at least been partially withdrawn. As the report makes clear, there are wider contractual issues between Serco and the Council. I think this is evident to most of us and certainly is to our residents. Rather than the sticking plaster approach we're being asked to take, I will repeat my call for an independent investigation. This is the least our residents deserve. We're being asked to give £150,000 of public money to subsidise one of the biggest, wealthiest and most profitable companies in the world. As we debate this evening, I want to highlight some of the relevant issues which the report does not tell us. Our neighbours High Peak Borough Council have had no problems with their refuse service, and incidentally they make no charge for garden waste collection. Food waste is collected with garden waste, and they also collect textiles for recycling. Perhaps we should ask them to take over our service. Sheffield do have a problem with drivers having to self-isolate, so they have suspended their garden waste service not for 4 weeks, but for 2 weeks. Brexit is claimed to be responsible for much of the difficulty in recruiting and retaining drivers. It may well be, but the contract was negotiated in the first 9 months of 2020, when Brexit was a known issue for both parties. So it is completely unreasonable for it now to be used as a justification for a handout. If Serco are in financial distress as a result of the coronavirus pandemic, they have an opportunity to apply for government funding under the recently announced Recovery Loan Scheme. This is what it is intended for. No need to try to wheedle around us via the contract. If we give £150,000 to Serco that lasts until March next year, what then? Will Serco cover the cost of the pay rise? Will they cut their workers' pay? Will they come back to us yet again to prop them up? It's implied that we have no choice but to agree to Serco's demands, but our legal services manager has clearly stated at our briefing and subsequently in writing that he believes there is no prospect of Serco walking away, whatever decisions are taken this evening. To use a well-worn phrase, beloved of some of our colleagues, let's trust our officer and support our residents and say to Serco, your problem, you sort it out, or you are history. Chair, I support 100% a pay rise for Serco's workers, but if their management chose to bid for a contract based on a clearly unsustainable pay rate, in the light of the information that was available to both parties, don't come crying to us in under a year asking for a bailout. Finally, to all those members who have received a large number of emails from residents expressing their views, could I apologise for the inconvenience this may have caused? Perhaps I misunderstood when I thought our role as elected members was to hear and reflect the views of our residents across the Derbyshire Dales and avoid being parochial. But can I publicly thank all those residents who have expressed their support for me, and I hope you will look carefully at how your own councillor votes this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hobson.
Thank you, Chair. It's a comment. I'm sure all councillors have received myriad emails and from people in the street. Everybody's got a comment about this. It affects everybody. My plea is, whichever way we go tonight, you know, as Councillor Atkins says, we're between a rock and a hard place and people want their bins emptied. But my plea would be to Serco and the District Council. You've seen the comments that people have made, and you know, I'm disappointed that Mr. Young says he didn't have a reply. People do get lots of emails, but please can we act on some of the comments that people have made and, you know, learn from this? Thank you.
Councillor Swindell.
Thank you, Chair. When the proposer said 2 sentences to sum up this debate and to say we could sit here and talk all night, I think that's the sort of attitude we have towards dishing out taxpayers' money at this council. We've all been inundated with the messages from our constituents telling us about the appalling service they've received. There's a lot of anger out there, and we shouldn't be surprised. Residents in my ward haven't just been facing these problems for recent weeks, but for several months now, not mentioning the many times Serco has failed to collect waste throughout the previous contract. People aren't just angry because waste is piling up outside their house, but because we are here yet again with a private firm that signed up to provide this council and our residents with a service, now asking for more money, taxpayers' money, and making what I believe are unrealistic demands. To be fair, not all the problems facing Serco are of their own making, and others are outside of their control. But the problems are not this council's either. We bought into this contract on good faith that Serco have done their sums and would provide our residents with a first-class waste collection service. It's down to them to sort out the problems and provide the service they've promised. Sadly, I see this company as a company that has failed to put in place contingency plans, failed to put in place measures to ensure service continuity ahead of Brexit and throughout the pandemic, failed to pay their staff a decent wage, failed to retain their staff due to poor paying conditions, and failed to offer this contract, which should be affordable and deliverable. I want to briefly touch on the recommendation. Recommendation 2, having had the answer to my question, I'm quite happy with and I will vote for. Recommendation 3, I will be voting against. Suspending garden waste collections will free up crews to cover rounds and clear the backlog of waste. It worked well during the first lockdown in 2020. But things are different now. This is a service residents buy into. And I understand this council has no legal obligation to collect garden waste. But once we charge for it, I believe we do. And our residents become our customers, and some have lost faith in what they've bought. So as no refund is on the table, I cannot support that recommendation either. Recommendation 4, I will also be voting against. I do agree that we need to retain the key performance indicators, and that's just common sense to keep an eye on the performance. But the idea that this council will waiver financial penalties for the failure to deliver the service, while Serco continue to ask for more money, is just plain ludicrous. The penalties must be kept in place. And finally, Chair, going back to recommendation 1, I'll be voting against. The practical argument to put this recommendation forward is simple. Provide the money, get the drivers, get the bins emptied, everybody's happy. But the moral argument is far, far greater, and members should vote against giving Serco yet another taxpayer-funded bailout. Very briefly, here's why. Serco have done a deal with this council to provide waste services at an agreed price, and any extra cost they face should be their own to deal with. Putting it simply, when you outsource a service, you outsource the problems too. Serco's annual profits are in the hundreds of millions. They clearly do not need taxpayer assistance to cover their shortcomings. Looking to the taxpayer to cover these losses is just an easy way to keep their shareholders happy and resist eating into their own profits. This council has already handed over to Serco an additional eye-watering £300,000 of taxpayers' money to help them continue providing this service. This is evidence enough that this contract is massively underpriced and overpromised. We try to justify the use of coronavirus emergency fund by saying it's not council taxpayers' money. It doesn't matter how we dress it up, it is still taxpayer money. We should be using this fund to support our own in-house services, and if we are to support any businesses, it should be those small local businesses who have struggled throughout this pandemic. Serco are not only refusing to pay the financial penalties, I know this even though I asked the question, to this council, but are now requesting more money at the same time. It seems to be a case of take, give nothing back. And finally, Serco have underpaid and undervalued their own staff for too long. The inability to recruit and retain drivers on just over £10 an hour, which some HGV drivers I know said they wouldn't get out of bed for, should not come as a surprise, but a problem waiting to happen. In summary, Chair, we're just over 1 year into an 8-year contract with Serco, and they are again reaching for the public purse. Will this be the last time? I doubt it. We can't keep rolling over to their demands for more money, and we've done more than our fair share to help them. So tonight, this council has an opportunity to be bold by standing up against Serco and instead standing up for the taxpayer. I ask members to refuse recommendation 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Slack.
Last year, the council awarded a grant to Serco at the beginning of the pandemic. Can you hear me all right, Chair? Yeah. Yep. At the beginning of the pandemic to bring cover for the staff that had isolated. Also, the council awarded to Freedom Leisure, a not-for-profit leisure organisation which operates the Derbyshire Dales Leisure Centres, also a grant. I was not in favour of a grant for Serco, as Serco are a private company that have increased their profits enormously and being involved in a number of government contracts. I was in favour of the award to Freedom Leisure, as they had to close all their facilities and over the lockdown, and they was in deep trouble. So I was in favour of supporting Freedom Leisure, but not Serco. On the discussions and consequences of entering into a contract between Derbyshire Dales and Serco for the refuge collection contract, Serco must have been aware that there was a shortage of HGV drivers. Also, with Brexit, there was many HGV drivers returning to their native countries, as Serco should have made allowances for this wage and the increase to HGV drivers. Serco entered into the contract with Derbyshire Dales to supply management and workforce for the refuse collection service. The council agreed to supply all the refuse vehicles, the maintenance of the vehicles, and also the depot at Longcliffe. So the council are putting in a large amount of money into this contract now, with Serco only supplying the workforce and management to run the operation. I sent a question last week to the officers. The question was, is there a clause, this is probably the legal side, is there a clause in the contract with Serco for any financial support for HGV drivers or employers of Serco from the Derbyshire Dales? I did not receive what I expected. I received some contracts and some other contracts which were confidential, so I didn't get a true answer to this question. I'm still really waiting for an answer to this question. I can only assume that there is no clause in the contract for the financial support for Serco employees' wages. Yes, there is a shortage of HGV drivers made worse by the pandemic. Serco, coming into this, Serco granted money that should be used in the areas of business for the communities. Serco is in a far better position than many businesses, as many businesses are struggling, and this covert money would be better spent on businesses that are really struggling than support a business like Serco, who are multi-million pounds businesses. In my opinion, Serco should stand the extra payments to the HGV drivers, if it's not in the contract, of course. In regards to spending some parts of the waste contract service is very disappointing. I'm very disappointed that we now have to abandon the green waste for a temporary period and the collecting the side waste plus the food waste going into the general waste bin. I'm disappointed at that, but if that's what it needs to get Serco and the waste contract service back on track, I will support that as a temporary measure only. But the great problem is if the financial money from the COVID fund is used for subsidising the wages of the Serco employees, what happens at the end of the period when it finishes? Will Serco lift their wages up, or will they expect the Derbyshire Dales to keep paying the extra money? That's the big question we've got to ask ourselves. Surely we can't keep subsidising this company forever. So we will have to face this again. It looks like the council is just kicking it down the road, it can down the road at the moment, by not addressing this problem. Serco will try to, maybe Serco will try to negotiate the contract, or may walk away from this existing contract. The council own the refuse vehicles, the refuse collection vehicles, all the depot at Longcliffe, and could take over the workforce and management and bring it into line with the workforce of the DDDC, of employment of the Green and Clean team and local government.
Councillor Slack, I'm going to have
I've
to
very
stop.
nearly finished, Chair.
I've got to stop you there because we've gone well over 5 minutes on this one.
You're cutting me
I'm
off.
sorry.
I'm coming to the conclusion.
Yeah, well,
if you bear with me a few moments, please, Chair. Interrupted me now.
Right, no, sorry. I'm
Yeah.
going to move on to Councillor Flitter.
Right.
Thank you. Councillor Flitter. I think we've got the gist of your point. Councillor Flitter, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Slack, enough, thank you. Well, I'm very sorry. You've had 5 minutes. Councillor Flitter, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll try to be brief. Other members do want to have a say on this very delicate issue. You will talk to some of my Lib Dem members. They will be telling you that I've been a pain in the neck all week because I've been trying to look at this on a business footing, understanding business and looking how they work with finance does not always correct with the moral issues of the day. However, the question that I asked tonight, and I quite agree with Paul Wilson's view that, and agree on the logic, that this is not the meeting to talk about any future contracts or what we're doing. The question that I asked has a bearing on the way that I shall vote tonight. I came with a very open mind. I wanted to listen to debate. I agree with a lot of what's said, but I have to look on a business footing. I want to be objective. I want the bins emptying. But I'm afraid that answer that I got tonight gave me no satisfaction whatsoever. We have to look at what future plans are in-house to make that contract be a fulfilling contract and a benefit to our community. I didn't get that. So in trying to get to a balanced view, I have to say that we've got to go away and we've got to get a really robust situation here. One that ties them down to a contract that they have signed, they have promised to deliver, and they're really not doing. In being objective, we should look at all negotiations that take place. In any contract you get negotiations, but you also look for goodwill. I haven't seen any goodwill from Serco tonight. I've seen a lot of excuses. And what are we going to do on an annual review? I take it that the contract is up for review every year, and we've got to get that totally in storyline. So let me say that we've had a lot of emails, as people have told you tonight. I hate headlines being put on social media without the story behind it. And that's where we've had a lot of reaction. But everything that's come through has been correct. People are aghast at what is happening. And the KPIs have to stay in place. I'm sorry, but I was, in the beginning, said, well, our officers, who have done a marvellous job on this, don't take it away from our officers, because, to be quite honest, this is the first time in 36 years that I have actually seen an officer who said, I don't like these recommendations. And if he doesn't like them, and he's negotiated them, what sort of position puts that person in? And it's a position where I don't want to force anybody to go into. We've been told by a number of officers that we're in a strong position. Well, how strong is it? Why are we debating this if we have got that strong position? I came here tonight in two minds to support this, because all I want is a service that we can be proud of, a service that benefits our local people. It's not turning out that way, and the answers I've got tonight just aren't fulfilling that role. So I'm tempted tonight now to change my view on this, as you should do in debate, and I'm afraid I shan't be supporting anything on this tonight, because I think there is room for manoeuvre, there is room to get this right. This tonight is not the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gamble.
Hi. Is that okay, it is, isn't it? Right. After a very good speech there from Councillor Flitter, which I've got to say, huge parts I agree with. I'm having the same thing. I can't see that I can agree with any of these recommendations. Recommendation 3 in particular on the garden waste. We're talking about giving a huge amount of money to Serco. The other unintended cost of the suspension of the green waste is, of course, knocking £15 off next year. That's £255,000. That, with the wages, would allow us to actually keep the green waste, and we'd then be able to allow food waste to be commingled with that, and therefore continue to be recycled. So I can't support another income stream that stops that. And I agree completely with Councillor Flitter. I feel like we are negotiating with a company that is not negotiating in good faith. They are already refusing to meet penalties. The flippant, really, I think, responses we've had to genuine concerns by our residents are really quite shocking. To sit and say that they've got communications in place. If you've been liaising the way I've been liaising in the last few weeks with Dave Turvey, that is not the case. That is just not what's been happening. He has not been getting the information. And again, in support of our officers, I'd have to say, if Serco had someone who could organise things as well as Dave Turvey, they'd be lucky. Because he has taken over this and started to sort of things out in a way that Serco have completely failed to do. And I'm afraid, I also believe that also the thing they're doing in bad faith is, I think this withholding information is actually deliberate. And they've been stoking chaos to try and panic this authority into giving them money. And I hope every other authority that has a contract with this company is looking tonight to look at what is happening to us and thinking this can be you very soon. Recommendation 4 also, the other reason I can't recommend that, it's not costed. Again, as Councillor Flitter said, we can't possibly think about voluntarily giving up KPIs to a company that won't even commit to the ones they've got in place at the minute. And the other thing, the overall thing with the green waste, you know, we declared a climate change agenda. We said the climate change was close and in a priority and close to our hearts. And then we have to choose to just give the money to Serco for an uplift in wages, which I don't care what they say about putting money towards. If they can't put money, move it around their company, of course they can. If I buy shares in Serco PLC. I don't buy it in the waste management section or anything like that. They are one company. They can move their finances around as they wish. I think I don't know. Another thing, again on the waste collection thing as well, to say that we'll just reduce by £15, we're getting emails from residents who say they don't want that. They don't want to commit to it next year and they want their refund now. Are we confident that we will survive any sort of legal challenge to that position? And I think we should be now, rather than having a lack of confidence and thinking that somehow we can't make Serco commit to a contract that they signed up to. They committed to doing this. They knew full well that Brexit and online shopping was an issue. If they didn't, they were the only people on this planet, I think, who didn't know that online shopping was coming on in 2019. And if they didn't know about the Brexit referendum in 2016, I'd like to know where they spent the last few years, quite frankly. And again, and we're not saying the other things. I was speaking to my parents only the other day. Blackburn District Council, if you look on their Facebook, it shows that the service is operating as normal. My parents have not had a single missed bin the entire pandemic. I look on other ones. I moved up here from Leicestershire. Look at other Leicestershire Facebook pages. They are Harbour District Council, again, showing no change to services. I think we will end up with hostages to fortune, and it's very clear what they're talking about, a renegotiation, and I can see that the renegotiation only seems to be going downwards. And I think we need to stick up for ourselves, and we need to stick up for our residents and say that Serco must fulfil their contract. They signed up to it, they must fulfil it, and that we will impose all legal penalties available to us to make them do that.
Thank you, Councillor Gamble. I know the others have had a lot longer. I'm just going to try and limit it down to 3 minutes because I've got quite a few speakers. So I want to give you all opportunity on the debate, but we're just going to cut it down a little bit, if you don't mind. I'm going to move to Councillor Raw, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I just want to be clear that Serco was awarded this contract in a competitive tendering process. And it seems clear to me that they got their projections wrong and their business modelling wrong and their financial modelling wrong around contingency planning. I think they've been disingenuous when they say they didn't consider or they didn't expect impact from Brexit or impact from online shopping. I think any organisation of their size would know that. And while I can see the pragmatic approach in recommending and going forward with this uplift and this financial contribution, given the experience that all businesses and communities have had in the last 18 months, what I cannot and will not agree to is somebody coming here tonight without a model that will future-proof our delivery and our emptying of bins. They are a large company, and what I would have liked to have seen tonight in some of their responses was a little humility, was a little bit of, yes, thank you for considering this, and we will not come back to you. We do not intend to come back to you. We've had no indication that that's the case. We know nationally inflation's starting to go up, and by agreeing decisions like this, we are contributing to inflation going up by increasing this uplift. In terms of green waste, I do think there are better solutions we could think of. For example, how much would it cost us to give every resident a green composting bin and a water butt, reducing the need for fuel in comparison to what we're actually paying this company. So they're not meeting their contractual obligations to empty our bins at the moment. And yes, I understand we've been through a difficult year, but we have no guarantee on the table from them that they're not going to come back to us. So I think a lot of this is down to them estimating and bidding incorrectly. And in fairness to the other companies that bid for this contract, I think we have no alternative other than to refuse and vote against these recommendations before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Cruz, please.
Chair. I appreciate the effort of all the officers to try and rectify the waste collection challenges. I also want to express gratitude to all the frontline workers that have kept our waste services running. Having read the report and having attended the members' briefing and listening to the debate and the feedback from Serco this evening, I can't support giving Serco public money. We will be rewarding failure. The priority has to be to get Serco to live up to their contractual commitments. If this means they have to pay drivers more due to market conditions, so be it, but not with council funds. I don't accept that resident service should suffer. Service level is not connected to Serco's short-term profit and loss on an individual contract. Any connection being made is by Serco to hold us over a barrel. My message to Serco is put the drivers' wages up. You are a big multinational and we are a small district council. It's David and Goliath. There is a 16% shortage of drivers at a national level. We have seen a situation where Serco had close to 50% shortage of HGV drivers that were needed on the 19th of July. Serco's poor performance is not explained by the national picture which is outlined in section 1.2 of the report. I'm concerned that we have a poorly defined and implemented contract. I'm grateful to Serco for agreeing to make their internal service failure investigation available to members. We need a strategic review of the contract to make sure it's sustainable and an independent review of the delivery failure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cruz. Councillor Shirley, please.
Thank you. Having listened to the debate so far tonight and having read the documentation, yes, one might think that it is a good idea to stare Serco out. But it's not easy, I think, as Lee Gardner explained. It's not a question of fighting a short fight and then just swapping from one provider to another. It took a long time to negotiate this agreement. And I think what we should be concentrating on, and the paper in front of us is not about renegotiating a deal, it is about getting the bins emptied. If we don't follow the recommendations here, are we going to get the bins emptied any quicker, or are we going to be here for another 6 months throughout the winter with ongoing problems? I would suggest that the officers have negotiated as best as they can, put the recommendations forward as best they could. We could just sit on the outside and just lob bricks in. And it's very easy to say, oh, we should pay less, we should do this, we should do that. But ultimately, we need to get the bins emptied. If we want to have a battle for the next 6 months, we could have one. But, say, reluctantly, and the question I asked was about particularly recommendation 1, and what would happen if we weren't forthcoming with that. And the answer was simply, not only would there'd be a question over the sustainability of what we're providing, but the fact is that the bins wouldn't get emptied. We have to do the best we can.
Excuse me, Councillor Rowe. Thank you.
And that's why I'm going to support the recommendations in front of us.
Councillor Mrs. Burford, please.
Chair. Can I say, first of all, I think we all know that the priority is to get the bins emptied. I don't think we need to be told that. Can I also say that where we live in Matlock, the service has been excellent, to be honest. Now, Councillor Swindell has told us many times about the problems in Winster, and it's only really because of all these myriad of emails that we've had that I actually realised just how bad the situation was in Derbyshire Dales as a whole. I think there is reputational damage here to both parties, to be honest. I think the officers have been put in a really difficult position trying to deal with all this and trying to deal with the predicament that we're in. But I'm afraid my sympathy stops there. It does not carry on with any sympathy with Serco. Serco exists as a hugely profitable company and are there to make profits and satisfy shareholders. Please remember that. As one resident has said in one of these emails that we've had, and I quote, "Profits are due reward for business risk. Losses are the other side of the coin." Now, reducing the service to the public is bad enough, particularly garden waste service, which is a buy-in service. But what concerns me and angers me the most, I suppose, is the request for financial contribution for pay increases to HGV drivers. Now, drivers deserve this money, but let's remember who paid them these poor rates, in my view, to maximise profits. It was Serco. And the gentleman tonight talked about losing 6 drivers. Well, are any of us surprised at that? Why wouldn't they move to another company to get a better wage? And I absolutely appreciate that no one could have predicted COVID, but we could have predicted Brexit. The Brexit decision, which I was vehemently against, was a few years ago, and we must have known, and Serco must have known, that there would, maybe not so many in Derbyshire Dales, but that there would be drivers who go back to Europe and are not going to come back again. Why would they? So, I could just make a final point. The money that we're being asked to hand over might not be from council taxpayers, but it's from general taxpayers, and I think the general public know that. They're not stupid, and to me, it's public money. And what's to say, just to finish, what's to say that when next April comes along, Serco don't come back and we sit in the town hall or wherever, and we're asked for more money. And for those sorts of reasons, I absolutely realise the difficult position that we're in, but I cannot support these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now take Councillor Butler, please?
When this came to us last time, I voted against proposals to give additional funds to Serco due to the group's profits. However, I do recognise that we need to get the bins emptied, and that is what Ash's team's focus should be on, and I will probably support recommendations to do that. The question that I asked came about because we were promised that we were not going to be coming back for funds to support the contract, and yet we are. We may be in a poor position due to government activities on COVID. They're unlikely to improve in the short term or in the medium term because of Brexit. My question was about a strategic review. Can we undertake a strategic review of the waste situation which we are rightly, generally proud of, to ensure that we're in a better place in another 6 months' time, because that will help me to support the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief, but I did want to just speak in support of all those who have spoken very eloquently against recommendation 1 in particular. I think they've used evidence rather than emotion and set out the reasons why we should not be supporting this. It's certainly the one recommendation that stands out above all in all the emails and telephone calls that I've had from residents. And whilst at the same time I accept that there is something of a duty on me to represent all localities in Derbyshire Dales, I do feel that I have got a particular obligation to those here in Wirksworth, Middleton and Bowl Hill. Just to repeat, there are very strong moral and principle arguments as to why we should not be contributing to the Serco driver wage bill. It's intended as an inducement to new drivers, but it will be paid to all those drivers employed. It may well become an ongoing payment, open to further requests for subsidy by Derbyshire Dales, even after the resumption of normal operations. I thought I heard incidentally earlier in a reply to a question on this that Serco thought they might introduce efficiency savings, which I thought was rather ironic, I have to say. So I certainly wasn't accepting that as a good response. There's no guarantee that this will solve the problem. I think it's been mentioned, certainly in district council debate, that there may well be other factors present here other than the wages. Money's too easy in the inducement if you don't actually start to dig down and look at all the problems. This was not part of the original contract agreement. Therefore, it seems to me this recommendation, one, is very preemptory in the light of possible renegotiation. And above all, turning to the moral argument, the public overwhelmingly have responded to me as one of their principal objections, saying that Serco is a large multinational company making enormous profits. Now, there may be obvious complexities here, but nevertheless, that's certainly something that the general public see as a primary reason why this should not be approved.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I've finished.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Can I move to Councillor Hughes, please?
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Flitter, I was in two minds about whether to support the recommendations in this paper when we went to the meeting last Thursday, or after the meeting last Thursday. And since then, I presented a paper to my Liberal Democrat colleagues, and I think I lost the argument there. And I've listened to Councillor Swindle, Councillor O'Brien, and Councillor Slack tonight, and the answers to the questions, and I am persuaded against most of the recommendations. We should be joining with other local authorities to improve our negotiating position with Serco and other outsourced service providers. By standing alone, by not meeting with them, by not consulting with them, we're in the position of division and fall. I don't want to be in that position. We should not be suspending the green waste service, a service that people have paid for, that we launched as a paid service this year. What does that do for the confidence of our residents in our ability to run a service, and then to ask for payment for that service? And then not to give a refund this year, but to tell them that they have to wait until next year. Again, what reputational damage does that bring to Derbyshire Dales? I'm concerned about side waste, and like Councillor Gamble, concerned about the environmental damage that the mixture of green waste with other waste will bring. Finally, we should monitor the key performance indicators, and we shouldn't forego payment if those key performance indicators are broken. I'm sure Mr. Gardner will tell us, can tell us that there are already clauses in the contract which mean that if Serco breaks those key performance indicators for independent reasons beyond their control, then we don't have to pay for those. They don't have to pay penalties. But so I don't understand why that is in this paper at all. Finally, referring to Councillor Shirley, recommendations 1 and 4 are concerned with the contract, I believe, and as somebody else said, I can't remember who, they will if we agree with recommendations 1 and 4, then we will be setting a precedent for renegotiation of the contract. So I find myself unable to support all but recommendation 2, which is the cost of an additional vehicle to collect the additional green waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I'd like to move to Councillor Salt, please.
First of all, I want to thank fellow councillors really for a very reasoned and professional debate this evening on this matter, and one which I've listened to with interest, because I, like many, came into this chamber, certainly in respect of recommendation 1, really not wanting to support it. And you heard the question, I said it's the question I've been asked most, and I think the question you didn't really get an answer to, but I never expected one, really. And I hear what all the councillors say regarding that money. Nobody wants to give that money to a company which seems to have profited, if you like, massively as a direct result of what they're now saying is the problem. However, the worry I have is that this is a driver and driver wages issue. It's a shortage issue because the wages aren't there. If you want the drivers, you've got to pay the wages. They're asking us for a contribution, 50% of whatever increase they land on, and that appears to be the sticking point for many of you, and I understand that completely, and I've been persuaded on occasion by some very good evidence and some well-argued debate, which I'm pleased to say in the main hasn't really, emotion hasn't entered into it, and whoever they're playing to in the audience hasn't entered into it, which was nice. The problem I have is, I think that if we don't contribute, from what I've heard tonight from the 2 officers from Serco, they won't bother. And I think those wages won't go up. And if those wages don't go up, they won't attract the drivers, and they won't, we won't have any solution to the problem we've got. In fact, they'll probably lose drivers. Now, I realise it's not our job, and that's not a problem of our making, it's of their making through bad planning and through bad realisation of what might happen in a situation like Brexit, but also generally, from what I can see, from keeping your wages at the lower end of that market. So it's not our problem, but, and I say this because I think Serco don't have the morality to do anything about it if we don't. I don't think the wages will go up. And if the wages don't go up, then the bins aren't going to get emptied. So, for that reason, I think I'm going to support recommendation 1, but I will listen to the rest of the debate. Simply because I don't think Serco will do anything about it, and we'll be in this situation in months to come. The option of leaving it and sort of, not sticking 2 fingers up, but seeing what they do about it, you know, sticking his chest out and saying, right, it's in your court, honour the contract, or, you know, we'll litigate. Well, litigation in the present time is just not really a viable option in my humble opinion. I don't think the courts are going to be sympathetic to local authorities that are putting the boot on any company who, rightly or wrongly, through their own planning or whatever, is suffering as a direct result of COVID. And they are. In this contract is suffering as a direct result of COVID. And, I have to say, there's some contribution from the
Councillor Salt, sorry.
So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Burford, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I won't repeat what many members on this side have already said.
But I particularly applaud the statement from Councillor Swindle, actually. I think that was admirable. Serco, as we all know, is a private company, a very profitable multinational company. And like some of the speakers on this side of the House, I've been rather less than satisfied with their answers tonight to our many questions. I personally have no complaints about Serco's bin emptying staff and the underpaid drivers. They are efficient and polite where we live, but I know that many residents are not that fortunate and do not get their bins emptied on schedule. Especially it appears in many of our villages, but also parts of Matlock Bank and Chesterfield Road in Matlock. Our planning officers are implicated to some extent with some problems we've had. I think they need to be mindful of the need for waste collection points when looking at details of residential planning applications where there continue to be problems, especially with side waste, which is abandoned in front of people's properties before it's, I don't know who's going to collect it, that's the problem in the future, especially on the many unadopted cul-de-sacs which Serco are not permitted to access. That doesn't include ours, strangely enough. They've always reversed their vehicle up our cul-de-sac. As for the proposed suspension of garden waste, which I assume will be adopted tonight, I would have preferred residents to be advised to commingle suitable food waste with their garden waste as soon as that service is resumed to enable it to be recycled by Vital Earth in Ashbourne. And as for Vital Earth, I wonder what the implications might be for them should a month's supply of garden waste for processing into compost when it's suddenly withdrawn, presumably this week. We simply waste too much food in this country, as has been so publicised in the media quite recently and quite frequently. But I think we've got to try to encourage people to recycle more of their food waste. And if the suspension of green caddy collection does go ahead, I think that may persuade people to address that problem in their households. But I think there will inevitably be an increase in fly tipping of particularly garden waste and side waste if these measures go ahead tonight. I would have preferred to have seen an additional recommendation tonight, namely the Council will actively promote the home composting of suitable garden and food waste by selling compost bins to residents for that purpose, as they have done in the past, I recall. But this suggestion doesn't appear to have been forthcoming so far, despite our Council's green agenda. And finally, the protracted informal debate on this crisis situation appears incoherent and confusing to most residents I've spoken to, who've gleaned constantly changing speculation about proposed service cuts through social media, particularly during the last few weeks. Most people have no idea when the changes are being introduced and what's being introduced. So I urge our colleagues to publicise that. Okay. I don't know what Councillor Atkin is talking about, but anyway, he never says anything about anything.
I've got Councillor Atkin.
Chair, can I advise? Members, a motion's just been put forward that the question now be put. Is there a seconder for that? Because if there is, then you will need to determine to go to a vote after hearing a right of reply from the proposer of the motion, which was Councillor Atkin. So, under procedural 1811, this is a closure motion, which is effectively seeking to close the debate and go to a vote, which I am mindful of time and you will need to vote on extending the meeting in due course anyway. But according to 1811, Chair, you should, if the proposal is to go to put the question and it's seconded and you think that the item has been sufficiently discussed, you will put this procedural motion to the vote. If it's passed, you'll give the mover of the original motion the right of reply before putting the motion to the vote. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Atkin, is that your proposal?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Does that find a seconder? Councillor Furness. Sorry, Councillor O'Brien.
Point of information. Could you tell me, are there any other speakers on your list?
I've got 3, yes.
So, it's been moved and seconded, Chair. You now need to move to a vote on the procedural point. So this is to determine whether you go to the vote. So you vote to go to the vote. There's been a request for a recorded vote.
Okay then, so as you've heard James say, Councillor Axon has asked us to go to the vote now, to the question and the points on the items. So I will take the vote. We are going, as a recorded vote, so I will leave it. Who's calling this? Who, sorry? Simon. Right, okay, over to you, Simon, thank you. Sorry?
Can I ask what we're voting on? Are we voting on Councillor Atkins?
You voted on Councillor Atkins stopping any more debate and moving and taking the questions and going to the vote of the main. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, if I may also, when members' names are called, if you could just raise your hand before giving answer, just for the purposes of the microphones, and then we'll get through this. Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Allison.
Against.
Atkin. Buckler. Bull.
For.
Martin Burfoot. Sue Burfoot. Buttle. I'm sorry, Councillor Buttle. Chapman.
For.
Cruz. Donnelly. Elliott. Fitzherbert. Flitter. Froggatt. Furness. Gamble. Gretrix. Hobson. Hughes.
Against.
Lees. Tony Morley. Michelle Morley. Murphy. O'Brien. Purdy. Ratcliffe.
Against.
Raw.
Against.
Salt. Shirley. Slack. Statham. I'm sorry, Councillor Statham. Thank you. Sutton. Swindle. Wayne. And Wakeman.
That is carried, I believe. Can you actually, just, excuse me.
16. Yeah, that's carried, Chair.
Can we have the numbers then, please?
Yes, certainly. And it's 19 for and 16 against.
Councillor, okay, right. For the procedural situation, Councillor Atkin, you moved the recommendations. Do you wish to make any more comments upon this?
I'd rather go straight to the vote, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Morley, do you find the same? Sorry?
Yeah, seconding it, just as a point of clarification, is that it was very clear from the answer that the chap from Serco gave that they cannot move money around within the organisation because he's on record now as saying that.
Councillor Morley, thank you. Thank you. Okay, right. So we have come to the end of the debate. We are now moving to recommendation 1. We will be voting for or against or abstentions. That Council agree to offer a financial contribution of up to 50% in the increase for hourly rates of pay for HGVs until the 31st of March 2022. Again, this will be taken as a recorded vote. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Excuse me, can I? Okay, carry on.
Right, thank you, Chair. Councillor Allison. Atkin. Buckler.
Against.
Bull.
Against.
Martin Burfoot. Sue Burfoot. Buttle. Chapman.
For.
Cruz.
Against.
Donnelly. Elliott. Fitzherbert. Flitter. Froggatt.
For.
Furness. Gamble.
Against.
Gretorigs. Hobson. Sorry, apologies, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Gretorigs, what should we vote again? Against. Sorry, thank you. And Councillor Hobson was again. Thank you. Hughes.
Against.
Lees. Tony Morley.
For.
Michelle Morley. Murphy. O'Brien.
Against.
Purdy. Ratcliffe.
Against.
Raw. Salt. Shirley. Slack. Statham. Sutton. I'm sorry. Abstain. Okay. Swindle. Wayne.
Against.
And Wakeman. Okay. Okay, Chair, that is 17 for, 17 against and 1 abstention.
Chairman, in the event of an equal number of votes, for and against, procedural 19.2 states that the Chairman may exercise a second or casting vote. There will be no restriction on how the Chairman chooses to exercise a casting vote, save that if no second or casting vote is made, the proposal will automatically fail. Thank you, Chair.
My personal vote was taken at the beginning because of the casting vote and for the benefit of the council. I'm going for.
Therefore, the motion is carried.
Right, just before I come to that, we need to extend the meeting. Can I have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Atkin and Councillor Donnelly that we move the meeting on. I'm not going to put a time limit on as yet. Councillor Flitter.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like the names of the 3 speakers that have been denied their contribution tonight in this debate. Can you forward those that you've had on your list, please?
The 3 speakers were Councillor Purdy, Chapman and Gretrix.
Thank you.
Right. We've extended the meeting. I think we've 2.5 hours to sit down. We'll all have a stretch and a comfort break, and we'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Sorry. Councillors, can we start taking our place so we can get on? Thank you. Ding, ding. We're not doing recorded vote on everything else. You what, sorry? Yeah, no word. Yeah, no doubt they will. I thought that was the case because they were all saying, oh, if you hadn't done your vote. Yeah. Well, like I said, and I give my reasoning. I didn't have to, but my personal is how people have talked to me. But for the benefit of the council, which I'm chair of, it's not my personal view, is it? And I've listened to the others. That's what I've got to do, is it? I know people will be looking at me thinking, how could you do that? But as a chair, surely I have got my own personal vote as well. Right. Okay, thank you, everybody, please. Okay. Right, okay. We all back. Say no if you're not here. Right, okay. Now, recommendation 2, still of item 4, waste and recycling. We're going to the vote on this, that the council agree to the cost of leasing an additional collection vehicle to help cater to increasing number of subscriptions to the garden waste collection until the 31st of March 2022. We're taking this by a show of hands. All in favour of this proposal, please vote now. Against? Abstentions? And that item is carried, that recommendation. Thank you. Recommendation 3, that council agree to the temporary suspension of the garden waste service for a 4-week period in order for Serco to redirect resources to clear the backlog of recycling food and general waste. Again, to the vote. All for? Against? And abstentions? That motion is carried. Recommendation 4, that council agree to the retention and use of the contract's key performance indicators, but not apply financial penalties where underperformance is outside of Serco's control. Again, all for? Against? Abstentions? Take that as carried, thank you. Item 5, although it does say 1 again, recommendation, if recommendation 4 is approved, the delegated authority be granted to the Director of Community and Environment Services in consultation with the Legal Service Manager to determine if any key KPI penalties should be waived for a period of 3 months. Again, show of hands, all for? Against? Abstentions? Motion is carried, thank you. Item 6, that subject to the outcome of recommendation above, the revised revenue budget for 21-22 be updated to reflect the full cost implications to be financed from the COVID funding reserve. Again, all for? Against? Abstentions? That motion's carried. And then recommendation 7 that was brought in at the very beginning, that year 22-23 existing residents who have already signed up to this will continue at £35, but any new incomers from now on in will be £50. Can I have a show of hands? All in favour? Against? Abstentions? And that's carried. With that, I'd like to thank everybody for that. And a little note, I've had a few requests. I would just like to make it known, and hopefully Paul and James would go back to the officers that have had to deal with all the emails, the questions, some nasty situations and phone calls, which I don't think are called for, admittedly, but please thank all the staff for the work that they have had to put in to this situation. Thank you. Right, find me a piece of paper. It's been that long since we started. Sorry, they've just shot somebody. Item 5. Gypsies and Travellers. To receive an update report in respect of the Gypsy and Traveller family who have presented themselves as homeless and in relation to the work that has been undertaken, and bring forward a site at Knabhall Lane, Tansley. I will bring in Rob Coggins first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. The report in front of you is a double act between myself and Tim. I'll be taking the first 2 recommendations and Tim the remainder. The Council resolved previously to identify and use Tansley site as on Knabhall Lane as a both temporary and permanent traveller site, and work's been progressing as outlined in the report. I've made efforts to ensure that we respond to the concerns raised by residents, particularly in relation to badgers, and you can see a report summarised in the about badgers in the report, and also in terms of contaminated land and the previous use of the site. As with any site in our ownership, I think it's incumbent upon us to understand what is in the site and the risks it poses to people who might be using it, either from materials within it or gases produced from it. That's my way of summing up most of the report and the recommendations provided by the consultants. In terms of taking forward the recommendations, there is a cost to that, as set out in the report, and I've taken steps already to discuss with potential suppliers the kinds of work that would need to be done and the timescales for that. So I'm confident that if the work was approved by members and the budget was approved, then a consultant could be procured to deliver the specification we produce from this report. I'll now pass on to Tim, who will take on the rest of the report. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Rob. Well, as Rob's explained, part 2 of the report deals with the steps that are needed now to progress a potential permanent site. Part 3 of the report, which is the bit I'm speaking to, is concerned with how the 2 homeless families are dealt with, how they are sited and the time that it might take to deliver a permanent site. The reality is it could take many months for a permanent site to be delivered. In the meantime, the Council does have a legal duty to provide suitable sites for the 2 families to live on. At the moment, the Council has not identified any sites that can currently be used for this purpose, with the site that has been identified not being usable. As such, the choice of site is entirely with the traveller families concerned. If they occupy a site that's under the Council's control, then officers have no power at the current time to move them on from that site, as in order to do so, we must offer them an alternative site that's suitable for that use. Equally, court bailiffs will not enforce an eviction without an alternative site to which to direct the travellers. At the moment, the Travellers are located on sites in Bakewell and Matlock. If no alternatives are identified, they'll remain on those sites indefinitely until they decide to move on of their own accord. If they move on to an unsuitable site in any other of our towns or villages, the council has no power to direct them to another site that might be less problematic. We all heard earlier from residents of Roseley, and we've had comments from residents of other towns expressing their concerns about sites in their areas, and that's understandable. However, the reality is, if the Travellers were to move to the site in Roseley, they would remain there until they decided to move off, because the council currently has no power to move them on. To help to control this, we're suggesting a system of negotiated stopping, whereby a number of sites are identified as being usable by the homeless families only. So this policy, it's suggested, would apply only to the 2 homeless families we're currently dealing with. It is not proposed the system would apply to the wider travelling community. The report suggests that these sites could be used by the family for a limited period of time, and that the use of the sites would be subject to compliance with reasonable rules around site cleanliness, noise, the use of toilets, and so on. The intention being to minimise the period of time that any one community is potentially impacted by an encampment, whilst providing a reasonable space for the homeless families to live in. The alternative would be to accept that the choice of site and the period of occupation rests solely with the traveller families themselves. A number of queries have been raised about the current encampment at Bakewell. At the present time, the Travellers are sited on land that is leased by the council rather than owned by it. To be clear, the recommendation in the report is intended to apply only to land owned by the council to avoid any reach of a breach in any conditions of a lease on land we lease. In summary, the recommendations are intended to provide the council with a degree of control over the situation that does not currently exist. We're conscious that individual ward members are likely to have concerns if one or more of the suggested sites fall within their wards, and that too is understandable. However, without identifying sufficient sites, the council would stay in the situation it's now in, where it has no way of limiting the length of time that an encampment remains in one place. The recommendations represent a way of bringing some control back to the council, without which the existing encampments will just remain where they are.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to bring Lee in. There was a question that has been going round as regards emails as legal side of it, and I'm just going to bring in Lee just to let everybody know the circumstances.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that there's an email going around saying that there is a query and some issue over the ownership of the site at Tansley Lane. In around December 2019, the site was registered with Her Majesty's Land Registry as the council being the owner of that land. Therefore, that land is in the council's ownership. Submission was made to the Land Registry with historical documents and barrister's opinion showing that there was a clear title from the Tansley Enclosure Award through various other councils to Derbyshire Dales District Council as it's known today. That was accepted by the Land Registry. They accepted that we had good title and registered it as such. To date, I know of no legal challenge against us as us as owners of that land, and therefore I am clearly of the opinion that there is no discrepancy in the ownership of that land. The councils are the owners. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to move to questions. Councillor Ratcliffe, if you, pop your hands up and we'll do what we did before, thank you. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe will go first.
A question for Tim, if he would take it from me, but also to you, Chair. Can I just clarify that we are going to take a vote on each individual recommendation rather than en bloc, because it's very much a mixed bag again.
We'll go to questions and we'll see how it is proposed.
And I think we can do an open debate on the whole issue.
Yeah, I'm quite agree. We'll do an open debate, but and then obviously once the proposal comes through, we'll take it as regards the votes in that aspect.
Yeah.
Okay,
my question to Tim is perhaps a little rhetorical, so excuse me. But I'm looking at the recommendation for temporary sites. Now, I think it's been confirmed before now that these temporary sites would each need individual planning permission were they to be taken forward. But it occurs to me that in the same way as Knabhall, there is going to be a need for preparatory resourcing. I mean, if I turn to the site at Middleton Road, Wirksworth, for instance, first of all, you would need to have some consultation, if not negotiation, with the town council because of the proximity to its recreational area, Stony Wood. But there is also the provision of logistics like water, on-site toilets perhaps, a whole raft of things that clearly you would put as part of the infrastructure of a permanent site, but nevertheless need to be there for a temporary site. So it seems to me that what we would be approving with recommendation 4, although it's indirect perhaps and hidden, it is a whole raft of additional expense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation in the report is not for a temporary site, it's for a negotiated stopping place. A negotiated stopping place is basically a place that's less bad for an unauthorised encampment to be sited than the site on which they previously were located. The advice we've got from our planners is that there is no material change of use for the period of time we're suggesting, which is 8 weeks in the report, and that doesn't require planning permission. We have a call in with the Peak Park with the same query, and have not yet had a reply to that. To be fair, they've not had much time. So, no, the advice is at the moment that these sites would not need planning permission for the suggested use. It's worth noting that the travellers have been on the current sites for much, much longer than 8 weeks, and as so far have not received planning permission. On those sites, we provide them with portaloos, and that's it. We don't provide any other facilities. If it was easy to provide water, we would provide water, but it's not, so we don't.
Thank you. Councillor Raw, question, thank you.
Yes, I just wondered on these 8 negotiated sites what the preferences were of the travellers involved. Have they indicated, or when we say negotiated, is it negotiated with them or is it negotiated with partner agencies? What have we negotiated with these traveller families? Where will they opt to go?
Thank you, Chair. Conversations have been had with the Derbyshire Gypsy Liaison Group. We're in regular conversation with them about a whole host of different matters relating to the 2 families. We've also visited the 2 traveller families and talked through some of the recommendations in this report. They understand the need for an occasional move. They would much prefer to stay on sites for longer than 8-week periods. Equally, residents nearby would prefer them to be there for less. It's a difficult balance, and we've tried to make a recommendation that reflects both those opinions. In relation to the negotiation, if we were proposing moving either of the traveller families, we would go and visit them and have that conversation with them, explain the situation, and if necessary, help them to move.
Thank you. No, sorry. Councillor Flitter, please.
Thank you, Chair. Are we sticking to one question and
at the moment,
back?
Please, yeah.
Okay, I'll respect that, Chair, because somebody else might bring up the point as well. The point I was wanting to make probably is aimed at Tim. And what is the time scale for, because you talked about the time scale, so what is the time scale for these intrusive analysis? And I'm thinking of the gases, the toxins, which could be on site, you know, radon in that area. You can't measure that overnight or in a short period of time. It's got to be levelled out. So what is the time scale that we're talking about?
Thank you. Rob, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So my discussions with the consultant suggest that depending on atmospheric conditions, because it can be quite complicated. It could be 3 to 4 months for results to be received.
Thank you for that.
Because I think that's terribly short.
Well, that's the advice I've been given by the consultants, and I have to go with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, please. Question.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question back to Lee Gardner. I have in front of me 2 letters from Lovedays to Derbyshire Dales District Council about the ownership of the Travellers site, the potential Travellers site at Knabhall Lane. One is dated the 14th of January 2021, which is a reply to a letter from Derbyshire Dales on the 18th of November 2020. And the second is the 5th of July 2021, in a reply to a Derbyshire Dales letter of the 8th of February 2021, both of these setting out a legal challenge to the Derbyshire Dales ownership of Knabhall Lane. Now, I understand that this challenge has not been made in court yet. Lee, do you expect this to go to court? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Well, I can't speak for any other party that believes they have a claim. I believe that the evidence we have provided, as agreed by the Land Registry, gives us a very strong claim to that land, and that was accepted by the Land Registry. So I can't speak for anyone else, but I think we are in a very, very strong position to defend any dissenting voices, let's just say.
Thank you. Councillor Slack, question.
On item 4, the land at Middleton Road, Wordsworth, what Councillor Ratcliffe spoke previously about. The bottom site is owned by the Town Council. The road into Stony Wood is owned by the Town Council. And the road above, there's one entrance on a very bad corner which would be an accident waiting to happen. You couldn't use that entry. It's right on a bend, so there's no access into that site. And also, I believe Town Council are looking to acquire that land as a car park eventually. So I should talk with Wordsworth Town Council before you make any move on that land.
I don't believe there was a question in that, was there?
Oh, sorry, it's half a question. Sorry.
Yeah, right, okay. Right, okay. I think you could probably make something more on that when it goes into debate, make it a little bit more of a case on that. Councillor Sue Burford, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on Knabhall Lane in Tansley, there have obviously been costs so far to the council in looking at this site, and that will include preliminary investigations and officer time, but we've still not had any costings for the project as a whole, and not many people take on a project to do anything at their own homes if they've got absolutely no idea of what the final bill is going to be, and we seem to be in that position at the moment with this one.
Rob, would you like to come in on this one, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think with any development process, and obviously I look at this in the same way we would any affordable housing scheme, essentially, you have to do a certain amount of investigation at risk before you understand whether or not that site can be properly taken forward. When I bring to you capital programme bids for affordable housing schemes, I don't start off asking for small pots of money to do small pieces of work, because we would be bogged down in lots of discussions about all sorts of things. So I think it's giving officers a bit of space and time to do the original preliminaries, and then once we can determine that there's a case to take forward, we would then come back with a more detailed business case.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Morley, please.
Question is to you and to the Head of Democratic Services. Can I get a motion on the table which might inform and shorten the debate?
Through you, Chair, You've indicated to members that you're currently taking questions. We're not in debate at the moment. At the point that the chair indicates that she's happy to move to debate, members should then seek to propose the recommendations that are set out. So at this point, I don't think there's any need to do that, but I do hope at some point we'll reach that once the chair's got to the end of her list of members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz, question, thank you.
It's to Rob Coggins as Director of Housing. This particular site at Knabhall Lane, I've had discussions with you in the past and I've got to know you a little bit, and I really value your professional insight. Do you think the site's suitable based on a needs assessment from the input that the family have given you? Do you think it's actually suitable for them? I've had feedback from good sources that they're not actually going to use the site, and I'm really worried that we're going to spend money on something that's not going to get used. So I'd just like your professional opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think every affordable housing scheme I've ever dealt with, and there's been a lot, they've all got constraints. They've all, in some cases, suboptimal, and they're not the perfect site. And that's why we have systems in place through planning to find and agree the best site that we can on the edge of a village or in a town, wherever it might be. So if there was a better site, we would have found it by now, because as you know, and members have said before, we've spent a long time on this. We've been through 2 planning calls for sites. We've looked at all our own sites that we own, and we haven't got the best site. I think we all agree that. So we know from... Sorry.
Do you think they'll use it? To really simplify my question.
I've been reassured by colleagues that they've had discussions through DGLG and the family to say that they would use the site, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Swindle.
If any members aren't interested in debate and discussion, the door's open. I want to ask a question, Chair, regarding the height barriers. Although I see them as essential, I have a constituent in Winster who has a severely disabled daughter, and she has an adapted wheelchair van. And she's concerned that those barriers may restrict use of the car park, and even though she has a blue badge, a tail lift is not usable on the roadside. Can I get a bit more information, please, on the height of those barriers, when they will or won't be open, and are we having consultations with disability groups to make sure that they are of an adequate height, please? Thank you.
Tim, thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Swindle, for the question. It's one which worry here will be directed to Ash Watts. I think the best thing we can do is get a written answer to you on that point, if that's okay.
Yep, cheers. Thank you. Councillor Wayne.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's going to be one for Mr Braund, actually. It's in relation to negotiated stopping places. This afternoon I've read quite a bundle of letters from disgruntled people, many in Bakewell, in relation to where the group of travellers have been sighted on the ABC. Now, have you got any idea where you would be intending to locate those people, you know, the travellers, on that site? And is there somewhere that isn't going to be as negatively impactful for view and the travellers, because the travellers would rather be somewhere else, I'm sure. Have you got some idea where it is that will help our decision making? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The land at the ABC that's owned by the District Council is a land that's tarmacked. That will be the only land that I would suggest would be available to us there. Travellers have stayed on there previously. They've stayed on the coach park during COVID, and they've stayed at the back of the centre there as well. None of those sites are perfect, and they will undoubtedly impact on some people, which is why there's a suggested limit on the time span.
Thank you. Councillor Salt.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite a specific question that's been raised by somebody in my ward. I don't know who it'll go to. I'm informed, reliably, that there's a domestic water well in the near proximity to the site that you're going to invasively investigate. Can you give a guarantee that that won't disturb any domestic water supply when this work is carried out?
I think the best answer I can give is I would obviously put that within the specification for the works. As you can see from the report that was made available to members on the members portal, there's a very extensive understanding of the aquifer within that location, and I'm sure the duty of care that any contractor would use would take into account local water supplies, and I'm sure working with colleagues in environmental health who monitor and know where all the supplies are, we can work around that.
Councillor Gamble.
That was pretty much identically my question, actually. So, can you offer an assurance then there is no possibility that any of this work that you'll take forward has any chance of polluting the, I think, the various properties that are around there that are on local water, on their own water supplies?
So I think we just need to bear in mind the scale of this. We're talking about people taking samples from small plots of soil within the site. We're not talking about bulldozing things and creating vast runoffs and damage. So it is a measured, very much a scientific approach to soil sampling.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien, question.
It's a question for Tim Braund. Can you confirm that since negotiated stopping places were introduced as an idea in 2016, that they don't represent carte blanche for traveller families to occupy, that the conditions are negotiated by the council on behalf of the local community with the traveller families, and that they have been successful in addressing a difficult problem in both rural and urban areas.
Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Negotiated stopping is a system that was pioneered in Yorkshire and has been seen to be successful there from the local authority and the traveller point of view. You're dealing with a system that places travellers on sites, and undoubtedly there are complaints about sites still, but they are considered to be a solution to a problem that would otherwise be worse. Yes, is the answer to Councillor O'Brien's question. Quite simply, there will be a set of conditions upon which occupation was dependent, and those conditions will be agreed with the traveller families and with their representatives at Derbyshire Gypsy Liaison Group, and any breach of those conditions would be dealt with. We're still in the situation where we need to provide a site for the two traveller families, so our sanctions are somewhat limited to moving them to another site, but nevertheless, we would do what we could. There would be an expected code of conduct. The occupation would also only be limited to the traveller families that we owe a homelessness duty to. If other travellers joined, we would expect to evict them as quickly as the law allows.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeman.
Yes, question for Tim. This has been going on now for, I believe, over 20 years. Can you guarantee that this will be sorted while us council are in? You know, it's gone on for long enough. We need to find them a proper home. You know, it's a question for everybody here, really. We do need to find them a home. And I'd like to do it while we're in council, not pass it on to another lot of council.
Councillor Tim.
Through you, Chair. Well, thank you, Councillor Wakeman, for making that statement. I very much like that to be the case. I can't, of course, guarantee it because it's dependent on issues like planning, which my colleague here, Rob, will be dealing with. But I think what we can guarantee is we will give it our every effort to make sure it comes to fruition. It is a problem that's gone on for too long, both from the travellers' point of view and from the point of view of the settled community on whom the unauthorised encampments impact. And the solution to the overall issue is to find a permanent site. No other solution will produce the result, really. So I agree with your sentiments, but I can't give you a guarantee, I'm afraid.
Councillor Gretrix.
First of all, can I say that I do feel it is very important that we try and get some resolution tonight. and also that in some respects I also reiterate what Councillor Slack has said regarding Middleton Road. The negotiated stopping place
Councillor Grettridge, can I bring you back into that later? Have you got an actual direct question, please?
Yes. What I was going to say is the negotiated stopping place at Wirksworth has poor visibility and access issues, and I feel that further liaison with other partners needs to be explored. And would it be possible to do that? Thank you.
I think, obviously, looking at it in my light at how things have gone forward, when it would come into the planning stage, I would have said, this is just looking at, for what we're on with now and the recommendations here and the likes, it's all about planning and everything else. So obviously, I know it's a stopover place, but obviously these things can't happen unless they are fully looked at. But go on, Tim.
I think to say at this point, the sites that are suggested here are sites that we know can be occupied by travellers for a short period of time. None of them are perfect, and as Rob's already said, all of them have their constraints. However, if sites aren't agreed, then basically officers will be in the same situation that we're in now, which is that the travellers will be left wherever they happen to turn up. So if they were to turn up at Wirksworth, they would just be left at Wirksworth because we'd have no power to move them anywhere else. If they were to turn up in Ashbourne or Bakewell Rec or Hawley's Park or wherever it might be, we would have to leave them there. And that's clearly not an acceptable situation. So what's suggested before you tonight is a system to manage those encampments, which will inevitably happen over the time it takes to deliver a permanent site, in a way that is less impactful for the settled community, whilst taking account of the human rights of the traveller families concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Burford.
I wonder if I can ask about or ask Tim Braun, in fact, if he can confirm whether the encampment currently on Matlock Station car park is predominantly the family group we're responsible for, or contrary to rumours that I've heard, they may actually be encamped on the showground or the ABC in Bakewell.
That's quite an easy one. Thank you, Councillor Burford. There are two families that we owe a homelessness duty to. One's in Bakewell, one's in Matlock. Right. So it's both of them.
And Councillor Buttle.
For the process of our previous decision to choose Tansley, and do you have any news on that? And the second one was, I believe there's a presumption against development in the countryside unless it's of an outstanding value. So I'm looking to you on that one, Rob.
Okay, so in response to the question around the complaint to the Ombudsman, that complaint is still in process. However, I'm assured that there's no risk in the Council proceeding to consider the recommendations before you this evening in terms of that process. It doesn't prevent you from considering it, and I understand an outcome is expected imminently from the Ombudsman on that. But because it's a confidential complaint, I can't divulge any further information on that to the meeting tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Who else? Rob, thank you.
I think what you're hinting at is, Councillor Butler, is some form of exception site or brownfield site that's already been developed or has, it isn't particularly in the countryside. The countryside is around it, but essentially the planning view would be that it's developable. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Councillor Chapman, did you have a question?
Yes, yeah. Chair. Yeah. To Tim, do we have a sufficient rapport or relationship with the traveller families that we could sort of get reassurance from them that they would move after a set period of time and wouldn't attempt to to move somewhere that they weren't welcome. Given what we're trying to do for them, would they be reasonable and sort of follow a sort of decent pattern of movement?
Thank you, Chair. We do have good working relations with both the Traveller families concerned and with the Derbyshire Gypsy Liaison Group. Derbyshire Gypsy Liaison Group are happy with the recommendations in this report, and I believe we have strong enough links with the families to ensure that they moved and behaved themselves according to the Code of Conduct. Without going into the personal details of the families concerned, we have to bear in mind some of the special circumstances that relate to one of the families in relation to health and welfare and take account of the needs that exist there. So moving very regularly might not be beneficial to that particular family if no problems were arising from their occupation of a site. That's a less precise answer than I meant to give when I started the words. As I explain it, there might be circumstances with one of the families where we might exceed 8 weeks because that will be in the best interests of all parties concerned, but we would work towards the target of 8 weeks in every case. In the report it does talk about a review after 8 weeks, and that might be necessary given the special circumstances of one of the families.
Right, okay. I've exhausted questions, I believe, now. I am going to look to go to debate, so I'm looking for somebody to put a proposal. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, I think there was a second. I think people had second questions.
You probably did. I think I've given everybody a choice. If I start going round again, we'll be here for another long time. So I've gone through, so I don't feel as though I'm going to go back. So I'm going to move on. So do I find a proposer? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Chair. We seem to be almost in touching distance of a 40-year-old problem here to help these lovely people to settle down. I think we're on the penultimate lap, and I think we should get behind them and do it. So I'd like to propose that we accept recommendations 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4, and 5 and 6, which will enable us to move on to the next stage of planning to see if this is in fact an appropriate site. So the motion is to accept 1, 2, 5 and 6. Thank you, Chair.
Does that find a seconder? Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second that motion. Thank you.
Okay, so now we will move to debate. Councillor Hughes.
Can I bring in an amendment, therefore, to recommendation 2? And the amendment is as follows. Subject to acceptance of recommendation 2, the Council undertakes to identify residents of Knabhall Lane who use a local water supply and to test their supplies before and after the work takes place and to compensate the residents if the water supply fails or is polluted thereafter.
Have you got that written down, Councillor Hughes?
Yes.
Then please can...
I was going to ask a question. Undertakes to identify which residents, subject to acceptance of 2, Council undertakes to identify which residents of Knabhall Lane use local water supplies to test their supplies before and after the work is undertaken and to compensate the residents if their supply is polluted or lost. Okay.
I'm going to bring this on. That's how I see it anyway. Do you? Sorry, just a second, please, because I just want to confer with James.
So, for the benefit of all members, just to confirm the proposal from Councillor Hughes, which I read as an additional recommendation rather than an amendment to any of the existing recommendations, which reads, subject to the acceptance of recommendation 2, the Council undertakes to identify what residents of Knabhall Lane, sorry Councillor Hughes, I can barely read your writing unfortunately. Can you read that? Okay. I thought mine was difficult to read.
I think the top and bottom of it is this is not actually an amendment.
It is an amendment. It's an additional.
It's additional recommendation.
Identify which residents of Knabhall Lane use local water supplies.
So just to confirm, subject to acceptance of recommendation 2, the Council will undertake to identify which residents of Knabhall Lane have local water supplies, use local water supplies, springs, etc., and to test their supplies before and after the work is undertaken, and to compensate the residents of the if their supplies is polluted or lost. Okay. So that is an additional recommendation, Chair, in the form of an amendment.
Right, just a second, I'll come to you in a minute. Councillor O'Brien, you had a point of order?
Yes, Chair. Can you clarify that if the proposal as submitted is agreed, there is then recommendations 3 and 4 fall and are not voted on?
Through you, Chair. If no members propose recommendations 3 and 4, then they wouldn't be considered. They automatically fall. As it stands, those recommendations haven't been proposed.
Can I ask if that's
right? Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Raw, what was your point you needed to make?
I wanted to propose all 5 recommendations with the amendments included from Mr. Hughes.
Okay, this is getting very messy now.
It is. Well, I think, you know, we've got a paper presented to us.
I'm conscious that my brain is not working as well as it would normally do because of the time we're at, so bear with me. It's late. We have a proposal on the table, which is to accept recommendations 1, 2, 5 and 6. Councillor Hughes has now moved an amendment, which is to insert an additional recommendation, which I couldn't read, you will recall. However, that hasn't been seconded yet, so we need a seconder in order to consider that amendment. We'll deal with that amendment first, before we move to any additional amendments or consideration of the substantive motion, at which point, Councillor Orr, if you wanted to propose the insertion of 3 and 4 to the substantive motion, we can do it at that point. I appreciate this is going to get very complicated, but bear with me. We have to take Councillor Hughes' amendment first, so we'll need a seconder, Chair.
Councillor Hughes, upon your added recommendation that you feel that the residents around, if they are inconvened by this inspection, I take it, the council is looking to compensate that. Have I got that virtually as what you want to say?
That is correct. Obviously, if they lose their water supply or it's polluted, but there's no other water supply locally, there will be a massive cost in getting water to them, and that would probably mean their properties were valueless.
Okay. So does that find a seconder?
Councillor Gamble.
Councillor Gamble, are you seconding that proposal?
Right. So we now need to debate that.
Okay. Councillor Salt.
Seeing as I raised the water argument to start with, it's fair that I think I ask a question. First of all, is that amendment necessary, or would that form part of the work which was to be undertaken in the event? And secondly, can this council bind itself to pay compensation in the way that Councillor Hughes has put forward?
Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to give some legal advice on that recommendation. From a legal perspective, it gives me some concern on the basis we are agreeing to pay compensation. The wording of the motion is that we test before and after, and if polluted, we agree to pay compensation. So before we've even started the work, if we test it and it's polluted, we're agreeing to pay compensation before we know whether or not we are liable, whether or not we have polluted. A local farmer could have polluted the water supply, but we are agreeing to pay the compensation when we are not the party that should be paying that compensation. So on that basis, I would recommend that this is not agreed, because you're opening up the council to potential damages that we are not entitled to pay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rob, can you just reiterate your points? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I often say this to my children, they're over-engineering something unnecessarily. So we're talking about taking trial samples of soil and gases from a site that's well above an aquifer. The report talks about that. It's been presented on the members' portal. The company that would do this work would be working within the confines of the specification, and their technical knowledge in terms of taking small samples from trial holes. I don't think they would be there to, cause contamination and pollution to wider properties. We're talking about one small piece of land well above an aquifer, where there are around about multiple boreholes drilled for various water supplies. So I don't think that the industry will be there to cause havoc and mayhem to neighbouring properties. It's simply about taking samples from the piece of land that we own.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Raw, we've got some of those clarities pointed in.
Yes, I'm at a loss really. We've got...
Join the club.
We've got 6 recommendations put to us by the councillors, that basically by the officers, I'm not even sure who's who at the minute, telling a story of how we solve this problem, and, as everybody knows, it's something that I feel quite passionately about. I'm really pleased to hear that the Travellers will actually move to this site and are quite on board with that. So I think we do need to look at this whole recommendation as laid out by, by the officers, and vote on the whole thing, not just bits of it. Because by voting on bits of it, we've not solved the whole problem. We've still got, elements where until Knabhall Lane, and we've already heard about one slight complication, is sorted. We're going to have families that aren't in suitable places to be on even a temporary basis, and causing difficulties in our towns and communities. So I just think, for the sake of, I just don't understand why we're not looking at it all. It baffles belief. So it's can we do it as set out? Can we debate it as set out? And, can we move this story on, please, and not just bits of the story, because that's neither use nor ornament to me. Thank you.
James, I'm going to bring you in on the procedural side of it, so we can all get a bit of clarity. I don't know whether we are. My eyes are going a bit blurred now.
I hope I can bring some clarity, Chair, and I want to come back to Councillor Hughes on the basis of the legal advice that you've had from Lee, whether you still wish to proceed with that amendment, which clearly presents some element of risk to the council by agreeing a blank cheque in effect. So do you still intend to put that amendment forward?
I think I'm going to withdraw, because I think the wording is too loose.
Okay, all right. On that basis, Chair, Councillor Raw has indicated that she wishes to move an amendment which is effectively to propose recommendations 3 and 4 in the report. So if Councillor Raw wished to move that and it found a seconder, then all of the recommendations would be proposed as per the report.
So I move back to yourself, Councillor Raw. Are you wanting to put the whole proposal of all the recommendations?
Yes.
Does that find a seconder? I heard a voice from the back. Was that Councillor Gretridge? Did you speak then? No? So, Councillor Burford, sorry.
Really important that, you know, we've had this, these recommendations put to us by the officers, and to suddenly delete 3 and 4 would not be wise, in my opinion. We need to debate the whole.
So, we need to vote on that particular. Are we taking the... Are we? Okay. Okay, we'll do 10 minutes of debate, I think, because we're going to be going backwards and forwards in sense, I think. Councillor Tony Morley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me back into the debate. I'm grateful. My thinking is to focus the minds of the council, on the planners and everybody else on getting these people settled into a site which I believe they find acceptable, and not to have this period where they can be moved around almost at will. I would like us to make a decision and push it forward and use the site which I'm getting the feeling from the travellers themselves and from most of the opposite to their representatives that is acceptable to them. That's the thinking behind it, and take out the option to keep them moving around indefinitely as they've been doing, poor people, for 40 years.
I'm just going to get a clarification on yourself, because you put the main proposal up. Do you accept that these are added to your proposal or not?
No.
Right, okay, thank you. Right, into debate. 10-2. So, Councillor Flitter, thank you. Councillor Burford, Mr. Councillor Cruz. Carry on, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm aghast. I really am. Because I accept Councillor Morley's explanation of him wanting to move on, but really that motion is a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face to the people of Tansley, of all the representations that have been made. We've not completed the work yet, and if we don't look at item 4 and 5, then obviously they're going to have nowhere to go. They need somewhere to stop over. And to ignore that is ignoring the responsibility of every councillor in this room, in every district of Derbyshire Dales, that we share that responsibility evenly. And that's what option 4 says. That we're going around the district and we're allowing certain places to be nominated as stopovers. Anything other than that concentrates on Tansley, and it is not big enough to accommodate any more than a couple of families. And so therefore, I certainly shan't be supporting that. But I wish that we'd have been able to have looked at this issue in the content that we did on the first issue with the waste collection, and taken every single item on board differently. Because there are some things here that we can support, there's some things here that I cannot support. And with that said, I'll leave it to other members, Chair.
Councillor Mr. Burford.
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Fitter has just said. I mean, this is becoming a farcical debate, quite frankly. I thought there was going to be a Tory U-turn tonight, and they're going to say we don't want to.
Just before we
debate
carry
this
on,
after all.
sorry, Councillor Burford, I'm just going to make this clear to you. The proposals come to the table, as did the Serco. I am going to take each recommendation vote individually.
From 1 to...
So just make that clarity. So we will be voting the same as we did on the Serco. Recommendation 1, recommendation 2, recommendation 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay? Sorry? All right, well, sorry. If this motion bit of 3 and 4 is put through. Just to clarify before we say any more. Right, Councillor Burford, sorry.
Well, thank you, yeah. Yes, obviously I'm in favour of... well, I'm not in favour of recommendation 1 because the progress that's been made to date on the Knabhall Lane site is, well, I say what progress have we made? It's very, very small indeed. And a planning application was expected last October at the meeting when this site was passed last September, and nothing's happened 9 months later. So I think it's been a very expensive time for our council taxpayers, an inexcusable waste of our officers and ward members' time, not to mention Tansley Parish Council have been forced to crowdfund an opposition campaign to Knabhall Lane, which is always a non-starter, which is what we've said ever since the meeting last September. It's unsustainable, remote from services, expensive to develop, and it's going to be well into a six-figure sum, probably £200,000 to develop it, if not more. It'll have a detrimental impact on wildlife and local residents and businesses. The ludicrous decision to designate it as both a temporary tolerated and permanent site concurrently was obviously totally impractical. So finally, the Traveller family, who we have responsibility for, do not want to go there as far as I'm aware, and I think if they did go there, if they survived one winter, they would quickly leave. And nobody can stop travellers from travelling. They're now obviously in Matlock and in Bakewell. So I don't know, I think they probably prefer to stay there compared to going to Knabhall Lane.
Thank you. Councillor Burford, I'm just going to bring you in because you might end up coming back again. I'm just clarifying this because we are actually supposed to be debating the slight bit of whether we're going to take 3 and 4. So the debate within in this and not the whole general.
Well, we've obviously got to take clauses 3 and 4, recommendations 3 and 4, because there needs to be
no, well, that's what we're trying to agree to vote on, of whether we are or we're not within this proposal.
Well, I obviously think we should do, yes, obviously.
Right, okay. Councillor O'Brien.
Well, Chair, to be honest, I'm quite astonished that any responsible member of this council suggests we should not even debate the provision of temporary sites for our traveller community. I had to listen to the proposal several times to get it clear in my head that this is actually what is being proposed. Chair, we've heard on numerous occasions from the leader of the council and from the chair of the planning committee that the site that is being put forward at Knabhall Lane in Tansley is subject to the granting of planning permission, either temporary planning permission or permanent permission, and therefore no decision on whether it's a suitable site has been taken or can be taken. And now we have a proposal from a member of the same majority group, which is totally preempting the decision of our planning committee by saying we don't need to bother waiting until that decision. We can assume it's going to be granted, and therefore there is no need to look at the provision of temporary sites. I find it so unbelievable that we're even having this debate, Chair.
Right, okay. Councillor Salt, point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor O'Brien is completely misrepresenting what Councillor Morley proposed. He didn't say or represent anything of what you've just said, and you're representing him out in a way which is misleading not only to this council but to the people listening, and perhaps that is your sole aim. But I'd ask you to consider what you've said and to take it back, please.
Okay. Right, I'm not going to go any more on debate upon this. I think we're going to have to go to the vote for the amendment of actually... Hello?
Motion, have I got a right to speak?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Well, I too am astonished by this proposal. I mean, to actually take out 3 and 4 just seems absolutely ridiculous, and I do agree with Councillor O'Brien that it seems as though by taking those 2 out, you're almost saying, come on, let's go for 1 and 2 and let's get this through. Now, I reserve the right to speak about recommendations 1 and 2, but we've got to think about where these families are going to go until hopefully, in my opinion, that we don't go along with Knabhall Lane, but wherever even if you do agree to Knabhall Lane, it's not going to be a 2-minute job to get that site ready, either as a temporary site or as a permanent site. And I've always wondered how they could be both at the same time. But we are talking about months and months and months. So where does Councillor Morley think they're going to go? They're going to go to wherever they feel they want to go. And that could be anywhere in Derbyshire Dales, which are not negotiated stopping sites. So surely we go for properly negotiated stopping places that our officers have come up with. Now, we can obviously debate all night about, I don't want it in Bakewell, I don't want it there, I don't want it in Wirksworth, but at least we've got to have that debate. And so, I go along with the proposal which I've seconded. We must discuss 3 and 4.
Okay. Sorry. We're going to the vote now upon 3 and 4 as regards to accept 3 and 4 as a substantive motion. Okay. So we'll have a show of hands.
I'm seeing some puzzled faces, Chair. So
yes, I'm going to say.
Struggling to follow. So, for the benefit of everybody watching and for members, what you're being asked to do is to vote to include recommendations 3 and 4 in the substantive motion, which is what was proposed by Councillor Morley. The effect of the amendment would be to include recommendations 3 and 4 when you have your next vote, which is the substantive vote. So this is just to include recommendations 3 and 4, just so you're absolutely clear.
Yeah. As we've got a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Cruz. Yes, okay, Simon, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, councillors. Sorry, Councillor Allison. Atkin. Buckler. Bull.
Against.
Martin Burfoot. Sorry, Councillor Burfoot. Thank you. Sue Burfoot. Buttle. Chapman.
Against.
Cruz. Donnelly.
Against.
Elliott. Fitzherbert.
Against.
Flitter. Froggatt.
Against.
Furness. Gamble. Gretorix. Hobson.
Against.
Hughes. Lees.
Against.
Tony Morley.
Against.
Michelle Morley.
Against.
Murphy.
Against.
O'Brien. Purdy. Ratcliffe. Raw. Salt.
Against.
Shirley. Slack. Statham. That's left. All right. Okay. Statham's left. Sutton. Swindle. And Wayne. And Wakeman. Okay, Chair, that is 16 for and 17 against.
So the amendment is lost upon that. So 3 and 4 will not be debated upon anymore. One, we're going back to the substantive recommendation proposal of 1, 2, 5 and 6. I'm going to take another 10 minutes of debate on this, and then I shall be moving to the vote. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Chair. It is late, and it's late by about 20 odd, or some say 40 years. And I wonder if I perhaps should have left this on the table as it's been left for those years, because it's given me nothing but heartache and pain. I've been accused of things I've not been guilty of. I've had aspersions cast against me. I've had people threaten to come and camp on my lawn because of this traveller issue. I've dealt with travellers since 1967 as a young police officer, and I've found them no different to any other walk of life. There is a mix of people. There is a mix of good and bad. I found in my years in the service that I've actually arrested more people in settled homes than I have in caravans. And I refer to the last Duke of Devonshire's, one of his books, An Accident of Birth. There, but for the grace of God, is where we pop out. And these poor people don't ask to be born as a traveller. And they are the most persecuted in the land. Knowing that we had an agenda item on the proposed permanent traveller site at Tansley at the last full council meeting on 8th of July, I decided that it might be best to speak with Dr. Siobhan Spencer, the Gypsy Liaison Officer, in an attempt and an effort to establish the views of the two homeless families involved. And that's how much I care. Whilst it is vital that this authority secures a permanent traveller site to comply with its local plan, I thought it important to get their views also. I'm grateful to Dr. Spencer. She agreed to meet with me, and so I invited her and Tim Braun to a meeting. That meeting took place in Cromford on the morning of Wednesday, 30th of June, in Cromford, and proved productive and useful. Dr. Spencer asked if I would be prepared to talk to the families concerned, and of course I said yes. On Monday morning, 5th of July, I met Dr. Spencer and Tim when we visited the homeless family in their caravan parked on Matlock Station car park. We were made very welcome, offers of tea, biscuits, and had a very productive and positive meeting with that family. We fully explained the pros and cons of the permanent traveller issue, and then Dr. Spencer informed the family that she had to withdraw the planning application at the old coal yard at Clifton, and therefore it left, in her view, little or no alternative other than to accept what was on offer. The family immediately said they were quite prepared to go to Tansley and were sick and tired of being moved around. Ill health has befallen Mr. S, and he said that he really wanted a site that he could call his own and be settled. Mrs. S asked if they could be in for Christmas. We explained the due process that had to follow and that it was subject to council approval. We then moved on to the ABC at Bakewell and there saw the homeless family there. The lady concerned, who you will know well, was actually upset and in tears at the withdrawal of the planning application because she set her heart on going somewhere south of the district. However, she fully understood the situation and a little reluctantly accepted that it looked like Tansley would be the only option. We spent years looking for sites. We've employed agencies looking for sites. There isn't a perfect site. There's no best site. Nobody wants these people. But they want a settled piece of concrete or tarmac to settle their caravans on and call their own. You all heard Dr. Spencer speak at the last meeting on behalf of the homeless families when she gave her support at Knabhall Lane, Tansley. It is only right and right for the families involved to provide them with a place they can call their own, that we can go to the next stage of investigation and approve the recommendation of spending up to 25k in order that further decisions can be made. And that's what this is. This is a step process. Tansley is not the approved site yet. It's under investigation. We need to see what those investigations find, and then of course another report will come to council, and we'll see what it's going to cost to establish if it's okay to go to the next stage, which is of course a planning application. I also support the spend of 10k towards the height barriers. I've had the travellers in Matlock Bath ever since I've been a councillor. I've let them stay at Tim's request for sympathetic reasons, either a funeral or other family problem. All I hear from everybody is that they don't want them. I feel a terrific responsibility on my shoulders when I started as leader that I would resolve this issue, because I think about the families. These families do not want pushing around all the time. We don't push people out of their homes if they commit crimes. So why should we punish the families like this? So I hope, members, you can, in your heart of hearts, support 1, 2, 5 and 6, because it's talking about monies, approval, simply to go to the next step. And then a report will come back from Rob as to what's been found at that site, and a further decision will be made at this council. If that cost is approved, it will then go to a planning application. So I don't know yet whether Tansley will be signed, sealed and delivered. I don't know. It's in the hands of these investigations. It's in the hands of the planning officers and the committee. But I do want us to go to the next stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Just a quick couple of comments from me. I think Councillor Purdy going and talking to the family, I think is a good move. I welcome it. I do think, though, that basically there's a very narrow solution that's presented to that families, and it's the only thing that's on the table for them. And they don't have a lot of choice other than to say, well, if that's all there is, then we'll take it. I think there is a real reality check on the Tansley site, whether that will get used in winter months or not. And I think that you're betting the ranch on that site, so you're putting all your chips on that site, that they're going to stay there during the winter months. The indications I've had is that they won't. And you know, I do take your sincerity in terms of wanting to solve this issue, but I am really concerned that we're going to pour money down the drain, and we're going to end up with a solution that will not be a full solution for those families. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gamble.
Hello. Hi. I'm afraid I'll take a different view of the comments just made. How can you sit there saying that you care about the family and then actually create a situation where they're going to just go round the ad hoc, round the Dales with no negotiated stopping places? You're basically saying they've just got to do whatever they can until Tansley gets passed as a planning application, which you don't know what would happen. I mean, to say, how many times have we told, trust the officers? The officers presented 3 and 4, presumably for a good reason, presumably because they want to stop in places, but apparently you know better. I just find it astonishing that you would actually do this.
Councillor Swindle.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. If we're going to vote for these en bloc, I can't vote for them purely on the grounds of what Councillor Gamble's already said. You know, you sort of we're removing the ability for the officers to move the travellers to somewhere that they feel is appropriate and safe for them. So I can't vote for it. And I've seen very locally in Darley Bridge when travellers, not these travellers that we have a duty to, but travellers were moved off a site and they ended up on the Square and Compass campsite. And it turned very nasty very quickly because that was private land, the police were involved, and it became a very aggressive situation. And I don't want to see that. So I do need to put those in. And as Councillor Gamble has said, you know, we've got to trust the officers. They put that there for a reason. With regards to further investigations on the Tansley site, I'm not sure. I don't think that Tansley is the right site myself, but providing the money to find that out is a gamble, because you may go up there and think this is brilliant and put a planning application in, which I wouldn't like to see, or you may go up there and find that it's not suitable. But I would just like to add, Councillor Purdy, that I commend you for going to speak to the family. I think it was a really bold move and the right move to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salt.
Thank you, Chair. Like many, I still have severe reservations about this site and spending 25 grand to see whether what's underneath it's viable. Can I just say regarding the stuff we're not voting on? Can you, some people, please just have a read of it and see what powers you're giving away if you were to vote on that this evening? I'm not offended by the principle. I'm offended by the way it's worded and the way it would be dealt with were it to be voted on tonight. But that's an aside issue. It does look to me like a completely unviable site, but we are never going to know unless we find out. In all honesty, I think that when we get to the end of this, we will find out that it probably isn't suitable and there will be some severe opposition. There is bound to be legal challenge to this. The strength of feeling in the community is massive. But if this council doesn't do their due diligence and doesn't do their investigations, then any legal challenge to it is therefore strengthened, of course. So whilst I'm just trying to be brief because there's lots I want to say, but whilst I have got massive misgivings about this site, like many people, I think we have to go through the motion of seeing if it's suitable before I would hope perhaps it resolves itself by the findings of this report and the costing of what it would mean to put it to a viable site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. I too would first like to thank Councillor Purdy for what he said and the way he said it. I know he's sincere in what he's trying to achieve, and I'm sure and I hope all members will support him in that objective. I always think that, in fact, we're all travellers in respect of our journey through life, and I hate this us and them attitude that often gets in the way of these sort of debates. But I do want to put forward an amendment to the proposal, and it builds on some of the comments made by Councillor Purdy and others. And my amendment is by way of an additional recommendation, which I have already given the wording to James McLaughlin, and it is that the location of permanent sites to meet the requirement for Gypsy and Traveller accommodation in the district are determined as part of the review of the local plan. And the reason I put forward that amendment is that we've heard that the land at Tansley at Knabhall Lane is not a done deal, that we need always to have a plan B, a contingency plan. We've heard from several members on all sides that they don't think it's an ideal site. The purpose of the local plan is not just to say how many sites we need, how many pitches we need. The purpose of the local plan is to say where they are in a transparent and democratic way, in a way that we decide as members that we're happy with, and that is then taken through a public inquiry by an independent inspector. So the site or sites that come out of that process, which may or may not include Knabhall Lane, no one can have any argument about. And the advantage at the end of the day of going through that planning process is that we don't need to have the agreement of the landowner to sell us a site that's identified on a local plan, although one would hope for that. We then have powers of compulsory purchase, which we would be able to use, and we would have confirmed by the Secretary of State if we wanted to acquire a site through that process. So, for those reasons, I would ask you to support that amendment, that in parallel with the work that we're doing at the moment, that we use our local plan review to identify sites sufficient to meet the requirement for pitches, and to repeat my amendment, that the location of permanent sites to meet the requirement for Gypsy and Traveller accommodation in the district are determined as part of the review of the local plan.
Does that find a seconder? Councillor Hughes.
I'd like to second that proposal.
This is an addition. I'm just going to move over to the original proposer. Do you wish to accept this within your proposal? Sorry, Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that I understand it, Councillor. Through you, Chair, would you be very clear on the wording and the intention of your amendment, please?
Okay.
May I ask that through you, Chair?
Right. So the point that you are trying to add to this, please tell me obviously if I'm wrong, that you want another recommendation because Tansley is not a done deal, as we've all said. It still has to go through a planning process. There is still land that needs to be found, or an area needs to be found. You wish that to go on the local plans group for determination or to bring forward. Is that virtually how you're looking at putting that, Councillor O'Brien?
In the middle of a process of a local plan review, that is an opportunity for us collectively in cooperation with the public and with the traveller community to identify sites appropriate to meet our requirements, and then that will be tested at a public inquiry, and then there could be no argument then as to which are the best sites. It's not to stand in the way of the current proposal, it's to add value to it.
Councillor Morley, how do you feel?
I'm grateful for that, and thank you for a well thought out amendment, and yes, I'm happy to accept that. Just a final thing, so yes is the answer, Chair. And the other thing is, I'd like to invite you down to see my traveller family, because I've had one in the Norbury ward now for 2 years. I've got 8 families who moved in August 2 years ago. They are super neighbours, and I'm hoping against hope that that our planning decision is overturned and they're allowed to stay. But please feel free to come down, and they'll be delighted to meet you. And I would like to show you how a beautiful traveller site can be.
Thank you. Just for clarity, Councillor Donnelly, because you seconded the proposals right at the beginning, a long way away now, do you take the seconding of this added amendment?
To go along with Councillor O'Brien's amendment. It's 2 years, and I think it's a good idea, but we'll also revert back to the original amendment.
There's no amendment now.
Right, okay, so we're taking that is not an amendment, this is added to what's on the table. So can I just make that clear to everybody? We're just going to finish out with our debate. I'm mindful that we've got to get the votes through. So, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you for bearing with me on a third time. I'm just concerned. I had a conversation with, I think it was Tim Braund, several months ago, about what would happen if the family rejected the accommodation at Knabhall Lane. And as I understand it, and please, Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they would then lose the right to remain in Derbyshire Dales, or to be housed by Derbyshire Dales. And therefore, I'm concerned that if they spend a winter in Knabhall Lane, they will find that it isn't habitable in the winter, and they will leave for a car park somewhere at a lower altitude, which will be more accommodating to their needs. and then they will lose the ability to stay in Derbyshire Dales, which is where they're settled. So, but I think I'd like to put that as a question to Tim Braund, if that's okay.
I'm afraid during debate there will be no answers to questions. If you would like to ask that afterwards and get an answer, then obviously. But this is, obviously you've opened it to the floor and people have heard what your comments are.
Thank you.
Councillor Buttle.
Here we go. Hi, thanks. Yeah, I think this amendment of Councillor O'Brien's is very sensible. I still have some sort of sneaking suspicion that this ombudsman might leap out and bite us. So if it does, then, you know, like that uncertain ground can be dealt with. And I hope it's not too early to mention to Officer Coggins energy statements, air source heat pumps, electric charging points. I think they're all good things for Tansley site if that goes forward.
When we get to planning. Okay, thank you. Councillor Flitter.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a point of information, actually. Through the whole of this debate, and debates gone past for many, many years, we've all heard about the legal duty that this council hold. And yet, I'm not sure just what the amendment or the addition was. I couldn't quite hear it. But if you look under page 7, item 3.1, it does talk about this council having a legal duty to accommodate travellers on one or more temporary sites. And I'm considering whether this council is right in not debating or including anything towards the sharing of this responsibility. But also, what does it say to our officers that have looked at this situation, identified these sites, and for one reason or another, we're not fulfilling our legal duty? And I'm wondering if we can be held to task on that.
Councillor Wakeman.
Will step in and pick a site if we don't pick one.
That's another question that will obviously have to be answered. As regards legality, I'm just going to move just to Councillor, to Lee Gardner, just to make any clarifications.
Yes, the issue of legality, we own a homelessness duty, and sorry, Councillor, I was just listening to Councillor Wakeman's question. Can I just clarify what the issue you wanted answering?
Councillor Flitter, thank you.
I think it was 3.1. That this council, yes, this council has a legal duty to accommodate homeless travellers on one or more temporary sites.
Yeah. Yes, we have, because they have presented as homeless to this council. We have a duty to find them somewhere to stay. The issue again of moving people on is that if we've got nowhere to move them to, then they have to stay where they are because the courts wouldn't allow us to evict them. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, fine, thank you, Chair. It just opens up the question that it opens up all our car parks they can stay as long as they wish, because they haven't got, we're ignoring that legal duty.
Thank you. Councillor Burford and then Councillor Raw, and then we'll be going to the vote. Councillor Mrs. Burford.
Thank you, Chair. I do commend Councillor Purdy for going to see these families, but there is a bit of a sting in the tail about what I'm going to say, in that did they know at the time that the negotiated stopping places were going to be removed? I think this debate shouldn't, and hopefully isn't about who wants or doesn't want a traveller site in their area. Now, in Matlock, at the railway station car park, we've got, what, 5 caravans at the moment, and they are absolutely no problem at all, as far as I can see. The problem was when we had the extra ones who joined in and half filled the car park, and that's when the problems were. So it's not a debate about who, well, I hope it isn't, about who wants them and who doesn't want them. Now, I am going to bring up some old ground that members opposite probably won't like me saying, but I'm going to say them anyway. The decision on September the 2nd at that meeting, in my view, was a political decision. And as far as I understand it, when work was done to identify sites prior to the 2nd of September, those sites were Roseley, Wirksworth and Clifton. Roseley knew it was a possibility, Wirksworth knew it was a possibility, and Clifton definitely knew that their village was a possibility because they had a parish council meeting to discuss it. And it was only when the agenda went out, and I've said this before, but I feel so strongly about this, it was only when the agenda went out that those of us not in the controlling group found out that Knabhall Lane was the preferred site for both a temporary and permanent site. Tansley Parish Council didn't know, the 3 ward members didn't know, and I didn't know as county councillor. Now, I was going to talk about recommendations 3 and 4, but unfortunately there's no point now. But I am going to say why, as a council, by agreeing to this £25,000, we could just be throwing good money after bad. I honestly think that at the end of the day, it will prove to be an unsuitable site for all sorts of reasons. And some of these reasons are in the report. We've got...
Right, Councillor Burford, I'm going to cut you off there because I did say yourself and Councillor Raw.
I haven't told me 3 minutes.
You have. Councillor Raw, sorry.
Travellers, it's a shame it didn't happen before September the 2nd, because then it might have informed all our decisions on that date when we selected Nab End, and we could have talked to them a little bit about the other options available to them as well, which might have been helpful. I'm still unclear how we're going to communicate to members of the public, to ourselves, because I don't understand where we are going to meet, how and where we're going to meet our legal responsibility to provide temporary sites to Gypsy and Traveller, families that are homeless in our district. I just don't understand. We've talked tonight, even if we put this agreement forward that we spend this money, it's going to take time. If we include it in the local plan, it's still going to take time. It's we're not meeting our legal responsibilities, so there's no point chucking money at something that doesn't meet our legal responsibilities.
Okay, thank you everybody for participating in that. Okay, recommendation 1, with voting these individually. The Council notes the progress of today concerning the identity temporary permanent site of Knabhall Lane, Tansley. Show of hands for 4 or against. 4. Against. And abstentions. That motion is carried. Recommendation 2. The Council approves a capital budget of £25,000 in 21-22 for costs associated with further assessment of Knabhall Lane site. No. Sorry. Due to the fact that I'd already said we're going to the vote and each one was individual, and at the point when you knew we were doing that, you could have asked at that time. So I'm sorry, no. So we are going to the vote with a show of hands. 4. And against? Abstentions? That motion is carried. Item 5, that authority be delegated to the neighbourhoods manager to initiate installation of height barriers where appropriate to protect council vulnerable at town centre car parks. Again, a vote for with a show of hands. Against? Abstentions? That's carried. 6, that council approves a capital budget of 10,000 in 21-22 for the costs associated with the installation of those said barriers. All for?
Before we vote, can you tell me where Councillor Morley's proposal is?
Sorry?
Point of order, could you tell me where Councillor Morley's proposal is?
Councillor Morley's proposal is is recommendations 1, 2, 5, 6, and you're added 7. Are we clear? Thank you. So again, item 6, the council approved the capital of 10,000 21-22 year for the costs associated with the installation of the security measures from the capital receipts. All in favour of the show of hands. For? Against? Abstentions? That motion's carried. And finally, the added situation that Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Morley and Councillor Donnelly accepted was the fact that to find other land for the chance that Tansley does not meet the mark is dealt with under the local plan. Can I have a show of hands for? Against? Abstentions? That's carried. With that, I do not think we can go any further because unfortunately we have got to clear everything out of here. So unfortunately we have not finished.
Can you request that delegates authority to officers to determine?
Yeah. Okay, just a point, just a second, sorry, Councillor. What I'm going to ask, and if it means a show of hands, you'll have all read the report on the stimulating town centres, and it is imminent if it went through. Can we delegate officers to take that, or are you prepared to not have it come forward? Councillor Swindle.
Chair, I'm happy to move it.
Without debate?
I'm happy to move it unless there is requirement for debate.
Okay, right, okay. There has been a proposal on the table to actually move the item. Does that find a seconder? Right, I will take your one particular question. I can't hear you, sorry. Sorry, over there.
So the question I have about the report is that I can see that there is a budget that's going to be made available to provide free car parking for the month of September for all the district's car parks. Can you tell me, and I can't see it in the report, what measurement you take afterwards to see that it's had some impact on footfall in the town centres?
I'm going to ask Paul just to do this, but I think I could give the answer in a sense. Paul, would you?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, just one point of clarification. It's not all District Council car parks.
It's only the town centre car parks in the main market towns and Matlock Bath. Very similar to what we do for the Christmas period. We're very much reliant upon the traders indicating how successful it's been in terms of trade for their businesses. So the District Council doesn't do any specific car park surveys because clearly we don't know whether those cars are owned by residents, in which case they would be entitled to a period of free car parking, or whether they're visitors who would normally have paid for pay and display car parking. So there is no actual benchmark measure for how many additional people may come into the town centre as a result of that, or indeed the Christmas implementation that we normally apply.
Taxpayers' money to increase that footfall, but we don't know whether it actually does it or not.
No. Okay. Councillor Butler, sorry. Sorry, Neil. I get me brothers.
I emailed Paul about this, and he said that this report wasn't coming from, it was written by officers, but was a suggestion which came from somewhere else.
Yeah.
So there isn't an officer recommendation in this report. How can we be voting on an officer recommendation when there isn't an officer recommendation in it?
Yeah, I'm going to move over the recommendations or considerations as thing. You haven't spoken. You'll have read it. I'm going to bring in Councillor Purdy because he'll be able to shed a little bit of light. Councillor Purdy.
Chair, thank you for allowing me to come in. I think it's really important that the members understand where this has come from. In 2019, I was asked by many of the traders in Ashbourne, through our councillors, to attend a meeting because they were very concerned about the loss of shops in the high street. So I asked our members to organise a meeting, which I attended. And at that 80-odd trader meeting, there was a lot of strength of feeling that the reason for the loss of high street shops was a direct consequence of our car park charges. I put a file on the table and showed that all of the 80-odd traders that in 2014 this council did an Ashbourne economic assessment, and not one of those recommendations had been picked up by any trader in that town. They still felt that the car park charges were the result of shop losses, but I said again, no, you've not picked this up. There's distinct reasons for a loss of trade shops in the town, which is endemic throughout the country. One, predominantly internet shopping. Two, the town lost its cattle market. Three, it lost Waitrose. Four, it lost Bennett's. And the loss of sale car park tickets showed the demise of footfall at those stages. About March this year, I was approached by Anne Wright, who's the chief representative of the Ashbourne Town Team, and I'm very thankful to Anne because following that traders meeting, she and other traders in the town formed a town team. And we've recently, the officers, Paul and county officers of Ashbourne Town Team, put in a bid under the Community Revival Grant Fund from government. But Anne approached me very strongly at the beginning of when the government first announced that high streets would open up on the 21st of June to allow free parking for 2 months. I had to tell Anne that I could not give that permission. It's not in my gift. It's a member decision. I must confess she did come at me very strongly about this, practically weekly emails, bless her. And I asked Paul if he would allow an officer to do a costing exercise to see whether we could present a paper to you members for a decision. We felt that there was no need to help the High Street car park charges at 21st of June because there was an expected outpouring of people to get out from the lockdown. So the thought is that it would be better to offer something in the quieter months. So we do get an analysis of when we give our concession council listen in December, and this reflects that kind of proposition. So this is a gesture, members, and it's up to you whether you feel we make that gesture or not. It's as simple as that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right. I was conscious, as I said at the beginning, that we've got to get out of here. So I'm afraid I'm not taking any more. It has been proposed and seconded that we take this recommendation that's set in front of us as regards considering it. So we're going straight to the vote. All in favour of... Sorry. Sorry?
Who seconded it?
Councillor Donald did, didn't you? Thank you.
Oh, you have just done now?
Yes, it was seconded.
Ah, okay.
No, it wasn't just now. It was when it was when
I must have missed it.
No,
Okay.
sorry. Did you want to second it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Very good. Right, okay. So, a show of hands, all in favour for this consideration?
Can I have a point of order, please, Chair? Well, since you won't allow any further points, point of order, I'd like to make an amendment.
No, sorry. I've told you, I've already said I'm going to the vote, and it's done with. So you either, this is your time to vote on it. If you wanted to make an amendment, then there could have been something made. Sorry, we're going to the vote.
From the guy sat over there.
Right,
Could
okay.
he please pay some respects
Right,
to this
okay,
meeting?
thank you. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, thank you. Right. Within your vote, you will be able to do what you feel. So, for this recommendations 1 and 2, considering doing option 1, for the council to do it and get us any funds that we need out of the COVID funding reserve, and this is just to help the town centre car parks in all towns within the district. All in favour? Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Thank you for your time. Please grab everything that you've got, take a chair, stack it up, and let's get out of here.